Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's Mira Business FM. This is the morning drive. Now, Dubai's real estate market is pushing ahead despite global uncertainty, the mood of the last couple of months or so. Strong demand, steady expansion across the sector. So what we wanted to do is have a look at how developers are sustaining growth in the current climate. Omar Gul is the managing director at Mira Developments, joins us this morning. Good to see you. Good to meet you.
Morning. Pleasure.
Good to have you here, Omar.
Good to be here.
It's been an interesting time, the last
Very interesting.
couple of months or so. What an understatement that is. Global headlines are kind of focusing on interest rate volatility, geopolitical shifts. Yeah, Dubai, or I suppose the UAE really, the real estate sector continues to report record-breaking absorption rates. We've got some record-breaking sales over the last few weeks that we've seen. Let me ask you a broad question to start with. What's driving the current momentum? And let's look at Dubai specifically. What's driving the current momentum in Dubai's real estate market right now, do you think?
In general, it's been the same principles. Dubai has been a safe haven. It's proven over the last 6 weeks that it is a safe haven. Even at the times when there's a conflict right at the doorstep, we all had a great life here. We could still go to work. We could still go to our offices. We could still go to restaurants to eat. We were not sitting at home. Dubai had a normal life going on. There was a travel disturbance that occurred. Tourism reduced, but nothing other than that. So Dubai has always been, so a lot of people thought that there may be deals in the market, but they didn't get any deals in the market.
Yeah, we've heard that. I mean, anecdotally, you hear that, but it's. I think a lot of that is taken out of context. When you consider the global macro outlook, inflation, higher borrowing costs, the Dubai cranes haven't stopped. That's as much as I can see, and that's a pretty good indicator. From your desk at Mira Developments, are you seeing a cautious market, or do you see the appetite for Dubai real estate fundamentally kind of decoupled from global headlines?
See, Dubai has never been a financing dependent market. In order to launch a project in Dubai, you have to buy land, you have to fund the escrow, you have to launch the project. So almost 40 to 50% of the project cost has to be put into the project right before it launches.
Yes.
And off-plan projects aren't financed by banks. They stay away from this.
Yeah.
So we've never been interest rate dependent. It's always been own equity dependent. So interest rate fluctuations, which you mentioned, do not really hamper Dubai real estate. And off-plan, again, even the buyer doesn't get mortgage. There is seller financing. We do give creative payment plans so that the seller is able to pay us in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, and is able to do it at ease without putting a large sum of money in one go. So we haven't been really mortgage dependent market. Our secondary sale last year was 26%, out of which 60% was financed. So in the overall market size, 10 to 15% is finance dependent and 85% is self-financed. So that would never affect us, maybe sometimes in the late future, but not anytime soon. Developers here have good, because of the way regulators have structured it, they have good financial health. Nobody, unlike in the past, in 2008, a lot of developers kind of left their projects undone and left. Now you can't afford to do that because you fully paid the land, it's not leveraged, you have a sizable amount of money within the escrow accounts, and then if you've done sales, that money is also into the escrow. So you might as well just finish the building, even if you can't sell. So for us now, we don't see a worry of any developer not completing the project. Unless somebody engages in a malpractice, it's less likely to happen.
Okay. I mean, you're much more positive, or you seem very positive. There's no sugarcoating, though, that it's been a tough last couple of months. It's been certainly an uncertain last couple of months. How do developers manage growth in a time of economic uncertainty?
See, in such times, we don't honestly think about growth. We think about stability. And because of where we are and how Dubai has been in the past and how it's bounced back from every issue that has happened within Dubai or geopolitically, like Corona or a war in the neighboring country, Dubai has always bounced back. That's why usually people say a conflict benefits Dubai, but it's not because there's some strategic advantage Dubai has as a geography. It's because it keeps overperforming, over delivering. It's provided home to 200 nationalities. Half of them come from conflicted or underdeveloped countries. They are living great life here. That's what gives Dubai the ability to bounce back. So right now, the last few weeks we were looking at stability. But us as Mira Developments, we have about 70 billion dirhams of pipeline within UAE. So we are heavily invested into this country, into its market, and we believe in UAE, and that's why our investment is so heavy into this market. Our exposure is so heavy.
Okay. Let me ask you specifically about segments. Where are you seeing the strongest demand across the different property segments here in the Emirates?
So the mid segment has been a little oversupplied. Extremely low cost housing. We don't have affordable housing here, but the low cost housing is not stressed. Luxury is not stressed. So the mid segment housing, which is between, let's say, 1.5 to 4 million dirhams, a lot of private developers came, and that particular segment is the category where we have the most amount of supply in. So that may face stress. So far, it hasn't. We really haven't seen. We've seen some deals 4-5% below the trading price, but that was panic selling. We haven't seen actual Dubai prices go down yet. And I don't think they would, because I've seen that the last few transactions that I saw happening. Secondary is a good indicator of what's truly happening, because in off-plan, some developer needs some cash. They may do few transactions at a lower value at a certain point. So off-plan misleads us if we check transaction by transaction. Secondary remains the true market. So in secondary market, we haven't seen price reduction at all.
I mean, a lot of people, the kind of perceived wisdom was that this year, I mean, in rentals, certainly at least, we were going to see not a correction, but a stabilization, if you like.
Not this year, probably because in theory, there were 77,000 units to be delivered last year, but the number of units delivered were 33,000. So there's been a delay in delivery. So it would have happened next year. So if we go basically by the demand, supply, and economic analysis, rents would have stabilized, prices would have continued growing. Maybe not at the same pace it was, but prices would continue growing and rent would stabilize. We would see the same trend irrespective of the geopolitical situation. It is bound to happen because we sold about 200,000 units over 2 years, which are going to get delivered in the next 3 to 4 years. Unless population increase matches the supply that's coming in, which so far it is, we wouldn't see any problem in the selling prices. But rentals would stabilize. They wouldn't shoot so high.
Okay. What about in terms of buyer behavior? How have you, I mean, you're in this market, this is your day-to-day. How are you seeing buyer behavior evolving?
We certainly have a lot of fence-sitters right now who are just waiting to see what would happen. So the mid-segment buyer is always the most cautious buyer. The entry-level buyer doesn't have too many options, and he knows it's not going to go anything below this. And the luxury buyer doesn't usually care. They usually want the best unit, even if they end up paying a 10 to 15% premium for that. They want what they want. So the mid-segment buyer is the most cautious buyer. So that buyer is right now, they're fence-sitting, they're waiting to see how things unfold. But over the last 10 days, we've seen increased activity. Our sales numbers are back to about 60 to 70% of where we were. So I see it in a continuous improving cycle. By Q4, we should be back to early Q1 numbers.
Okay, so you're certainly seeing signs of encouragement. What about international investment? Is there a role, an increased role that international investments playing, do you think?
It's always played. A lot of Dubai has depended on a lot of people from different countries coming to Dubai and buying real estate in order to rent it because of good yield or to use it as a holiday home, short-term rentals, etc. So those buyers are still gonna be there. Now we are back to 85% of the flights. It's just a matter of 15%. We do have summer coming in, which has historically always been slower because tourism drops. Even the residents start moving out of the country, they go on vacations. So we would see the impact in late Q3, early Q4.
We could see a different summer this year. I mean, it's so uncertain. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. But I think that's an interesting point. That's a fair point to make. Can I ask you a little bit about financing? Banks are, I guess, tighter than they were a couple of years ago. What do you do when it comes to navigating the financial landscape for your buyers, people that are using financing? Are you seeing more self-finance buyers? Is the level the same, or are mortgage products helping to keep the market moving?
Mortgage doesn't impact a developer here because it only works in the secondary market.
Really not at all.
Really not at all. Sometimes, however, if we see a particular product category which a mortgage buyer would buy, we give a payment plan which is backloaded, like 60% on handover, 50% on handover. So the handover installment can be mortgaged, but the first portion pre-handover has to be self-financed. There are developers in Dubai, we don't do that here, but some of the developers do a 20/80 payment plan or a 25/75 payment plan. So the last portion can always be mortgaged because the unit is ready. So we create, again, it's a seller financing in a way which enables even the mortgage buyer to get a bit of off-plan real estate, which otherwise he couldn't in other parts of the world where 70 to 80% is collected during construction.
Okay. Let me ask you about design a little bit. I mean, you're not just selling concrete, you're selling a lifestyle, aren't you, in this business? How does your design approach at Mira, has it changed at all in uncertain times, or has the impact of this changed the way you look at design?
No, it's too soon. We don't, in real estate industry, we don't pivot in a month. In service industries, I understand, and technology maybe. But in real estate, the house is a house. Like, one bedroom has a bedroom and a living room and a kitchen and a bathroom. That doesn't change much. What changes is the specifications of the flooring, the material. At Mira Developments, we only do branded real estate. All of what we do comes fully furnished, fitted. So because of that, we have remained in the category of upper premium to luxury. We've never done anything even in mid-segment, and we'll continue doing the same.
Okay.
That's the category we want to be in.
Sure. No, I mean, we're in the Art of Living Mall, and, I spend some time in the atrium downstairs where lots of the launches are done. So I've seen the models. I was going to ask you a little bit about product launches, the latest launches, and also say to you, what sets them apart, do you think?
In general, many things. For example, the clear ceiling height in Dubai is about 2.7 meters for majority of the buildings. We are at 3.5 meters. We are vertically integrated, so our contracting is our own, 50% Southeast Asian labor and 50% Turkic origin. So Uzbek, Turkish, who are known to have better attention to detail while doing the finishing of the product. Okay. We are backward integrated in terms of joinery, kitchen, linen. So a lot of things we do in-house, we control the entire life cycle. We also now are doing glass and aluminum in-house. We're not third-party dependent. We are not a lot logistic dependent. We manage our own logistics. 80% of what we do is our own. We just do not have cement and concrete yet, which we are soon planning to have a cement factory and a steel factory as well. Okay. Cement and steel, I meant. Okay. So in terms of specification, we have like Trussardi one. The show unit is here. You can see it. Frameless doors, extremely high ceiling, actual Trussardi furniture made in Italy, which is very expensive. Somebody buys it off the rack. The house comes fully fitted. The lobby is a double, triple height lobby. You feel like you're entering a 5-star hotel. Normally, this product category was, the macro markets that we are doing it did not have this product category at all. We could see similar product category in Palm, but again, they cut corners. And most importantly, what we do is we give a 5-year warranty. On our loose furniture, there's a 3-year warranty, and on anything that we do, which is hard fitted from MEP to electrical to joinery to paint to doors to faucets. Everything comes with a 5-year warranty.
What do you call the category that you're in?
We're creating a new category for ourselves. We don't compete with anyone. We have realized that there's a need for a particular product kind. We can't say we are luxury category because luxury in Dubai is defined only by the location. It's not defined by a product.
Right.
We are very product-centric organization. We spend so much time on the product. I have worked across large organizations in my career, and I've never seen such product obsession as lies in the DNA of Mira developments. So we constantly strive to keep improving. For example, our last launch, we pre-launched it. We'll be launching it in probably 2 weeks. John Richmond. It has a mashrabiyah, but it has a fully openable mashrabiyah. So you do have the feeling of full floor to ceiling glass.
Right.
But when there's sun, you can actually just put that on and you don't get sunlight inside. So during the day, it cuts the light. So which it had always traditionally been used in UAE. But nowadays, nobody uses because everybody likes even the open view, the open balcony,
Sure.
the full glass. So we somehow hybrid both. We mixed it up. So it has a mashrabiyah, which is very modern, very cool looking, because the brand is John Richmond. It has its typical pattern of John Richmond on it. And then it opens and it's like a full floor to ceiling glass, open view, and it's a fully contractable one. So not even a part of mashrabiyah remains open. It just contracts with the wall.
That's very
So that's the amount of effort we put in to design the building. And there's nothing like this in Dubai. Absolutely nothing like this in Dubai.
I'm trying to imagine it, and I can't think of a comparison to make,
There isn't.
to be honest with you.
You would see a lot of mansions have those glass doors which contract fully, where you
Like a
walk from the
concertina,
the living room to the garden.
Yeah.
A lot of mansions have it. No retail units sold, retail villas sold have it. They have the sliding doors. They don't have the contractable doors.
Yeah.
So other than that, it doesn't exist in the architecture much.
And that's a point of difference, isn't it? I mean, how much of the success of Mira, do you think, is the ability to use data to have the right location rather than just building where everybody else is building?
See, with the right location, there's always a location to price trade-off. Every location is the right location at a certain price, and any best location at a certain price level may not remain a good location for us. We're extremely data-centric from the kind of team we have. We analyze everything before making a business decision, but we are also a very gut-dependent business. We have a heart, we have a soul. So sometimes we just want to do something. Then we do not always stick to data, but data remains at the forefront of our judgment.
Okay.
But so does heart.
How has that manifested itself, the heart idea, in terms of a particular development?
You know, let me talk about our second development when we did Bentley Villas.
Right.
Bentley Villa, every villa there is 4-meter slab, 3.5-meter clear height. Bentley basement is 4.5-meter clear. Bentley first floor, second floor, all are 4.5-meter clear height. So it's actually 1.5 floor per floor.
Okay.
And then the Bentley furniture, which is already very expensive. Then the architectural style is very upspec'd and is again very expensive. And the house comes fitted with everything from mattresses to bed linen to cutlery to electronics. Like you just need to walk in with your suitcase. And we were the only ones who did, they were the small cluster plots sold. We were the only ones who even did a clubhouse within the cluster. Let go of place for one of the villas, but we thought, okay, we need to do that. So, but we sold at a 50% premium to any of our neighbors. And we are sold out. Some of them are still selling. Some of them still have stock available. So 50% premium. So market did understand what we were trying to do, what we were trying to offer. So it came, it was a bold move, which our CEO that time decided to take. But market did understand and they did appreciate it. And now that the product, almost the structure is ready and I see it coming to life, it looks stunning.
I mean, it makes a statement, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look beyond the UAE. I mean, I know there have been launches. There was a big launch in Georgia fairly recently, the last few months. I know there's the development between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But I'm interested internationally because that's drawing some attention, I think. What's driving the international strategy?
We always had this strategy. We have our CEO has a goal book where he wants to be in 60 countries. So we are just in 5 so far.
It's got some work to
Yeah,
do.
so it's a lot of work to do. So a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of weekends where we keep working, and even that's not enough. So right now we are in Georgia, we are in Oman, we just signed Uzbekistan, we are in Switzerland, and then we are here. So we are very close to do something in Egypt and Maldives. So we are continuously expanding, and that's always been, ever since we started the organization, that's been the goal, that's been the aim. And that's what we are following. So we want to stick to markets which are very similar in dynamics, multicultural, a lot of tourism, a lot of lifestyle product necessity or requirement. So Georgia replicates Dubai, for example. It's pretty similar to Dubai. 40 daily direct flights, tourism dependent, foreign buyer dependent market. Low taxes or no taxes, like the tax on rental is 5%, capital appreciation is 1%, I think. So it's an easy market to enter for foreigners. Oman is also very similar to Dubai, and we are in Salalah, which during the summers is at a 26 to 30 degrees temperature, just an hour's flight from here. So that's a very unique geography where we are, and we are increasing our land portfolio in Salalah. Switzerland, we are again at a tourist location. It's a ski destination. We're doing a hotel and hotel residences designed by Ali Saab. And so we'll continue doing this, but the ethos would be the same. We will be in the cities that are tourism dependent, which are tourist markets, I would say, in general.
Okay. So 60 countries, there's a lot of work to come. We've kind of laughed about it, but you did mention sleepless nights there, so I understand that. But what challenges have emerged for you? What are you facing? Beneath the surface of this kind of, it's a strong market performance. Mira is doing well, I understand that. But what are the challenges that you face day to day?
See, if your goal isn't big enough and people aren't laughing at that goal, that means you haven't set the right goal. There's some quote around it, which I don't remember, which means something.
You need kind of a 60.
Yeah. So, if people are not laughing at you and they don't think it's bizarre, then it's not a goal. Then it's just, okay, I'm going to do this. There's nothing really ambitious about it.
That's fair.
So it's an ambitious goal, and let's see where Allah takes us. Even if we reach 50% of it, it will be still more than any developer has done. So,
well, 50% would be 30 with the 5 now. So that's, I can't even work. That's like 600%.
No developer has expanded so much. It's a very regional business. Not many people are able to expand in a multinational level. A lot of funds and hospitality brands have, but residential real estate brands haven't really been able to do that in the past. Okay.
What kind of signals do you watch in the market when it comes to deciding where you're going to head next? What do you look for?
We already have a map, but it's mostly dependent on where, again, like I said, it's very tourism dependent markets where the domestic demand may be low or high, but the international demand should always be high.
Okay. Final question for you. I know you're busy. We've taken a lot of your time. I appreciate you being here as well. The real estate market isn't about hype. It's about delivery.
Yep.
Right. That's the key. If you can prove the value of your asset through design, through location, the vision, the goal, the aim, even if it is a dream, but you know that. Does that mitigate kind of the global uncertainty to extent that we're seeing, do you think? The fact that you have this, I don't want to say dreams, that seems a bit unfair, but you've got this place that you want to reach?
Yeah. See, of course, geopolitical scenario impacts. We cannot say it doesn't impact. There could be scenarios in certain countries, like we've seen in the past in Syria, there could be no real estate development in Syria in the past. Now they're back on track. So yeah, they do impact. I cannot say they do not impact. But if your product is good, it takes a lot of impact away. So there will always be steady demand for something that's good, unless some geography becomes barren. As long as people are living there, life is going on there. If your product is good compared to the market, it will always have more demand.
Your view isn't just apartments, is it? Your view is more equity in a city or in a country.
Absolutely. That's how we look at our business.
Yeah. It's been good to talk to you. I appreciate you coming in. Omugul is the Managing Director at Mira Developments. Thank you for joining us.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the Morning Drive, and here's what we're talking about now. Demand for locally produced food rising fast in the UAE, and camel milk, there you go, seeing a notable surge as consumers are looking for reliability, they're looking for homegrown supply. Now, Camelicious is a camel milk brand. It's reporting strong growth across its range, and it kind of highlights a wider shift towards local sourcing and, of course, food security. Joining us is Hesham Abdul Hakim. He's the acting CEO of Camelicious. Hopefully we get some more on what's driving the trend. Hesham, it's good to meet you. Welcome.
Nice to meet you, Tom. Good morning for you and for all your audiences.
Well, look, good to have you here. So, look, in the UAE, the conversation around food security isn't just, a high-level government policy. It's happening on grocery shelves. That much we can see. Consumers are increasingly moving towards locally produced, reliable food sources. And one of the sectors seeing some demand, a growth in demand, is yours, the camel dairy industry. What's driving the recent surge for locally produced camel milk? Where's it come from?
Actually, it's come from the food security, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's super critical now for the consumer. And also consumer now are more keen and looking for food security, for stability, for the quality as well. And it's driven by food benefits as well, which we offer as Camelicious. And we commit for the same, because actually it's one of our key promise that our food is come from farm to table within 48 hours.
Okay.
Which will show our capability, our quality standard, and our stability in supply as well.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Supply reliability in those kind of, in core nutritional categories, milk being a prime example, of course. It's a really important point to make. And I suppose in uncertain times, we've been through 60 days of a great deal of uncertainty. Consumers kind of look for something they can trust. And moving towards, longer life maybe, or shelf-stable camel milk products, that offers a kind of a buffer against the volatility, doesn't it, in supply chain terms?
100%. Actually, shelf life is a key driven for during uncertainty.
Sure.
And actually, at Camelicious, we offer multiple range. Our fresh milk or fresh flavored milk, it's between 15 days. Also, we offer ice cream for a long time, for 1 year. We offer powder. Powder is super for food security. And we offer with shelf life, it's 18 months. We have our long life, even for export market, was 9 months. For all this shelf lives, give more confidence for our consumer. We are available, even during these 60 days, we are available at all retail, even at e-commerce. And that's why, as you mentioned, that we notice a huge surge in demand during this one. But this has actually come from our capability and our availability on the shelf as well.
Okay. How much is it a sentiment shift in the market as well? The feeling that this is a local producer that we want to support, as opposed to, the disruptions in the supply chain. Is it more like a preference for local products, becoming an availability-driven choice, do you think?
100%. Even if you look at it from government perspective or from consumer, even from government now, there's a priority for, if you see made in UAE production, locally produced. Yeah. All of this support even our business, since we are homegrown brand. And also from consumer now looking for stability, security, availability at any place, at any time. Even during this challenge, we are there.
I guess it's a like-for-like replacement, isn't it, to standard milk in many ways. You know, if whatever you're using it for.
Actually, our consumer mainly looking for value, looking for nutrition, like looking for functional values, because our camel milk is offering boost immunity, digestly, easily, naturally energized. All of this is natural. That's why our consumer is more keen about values and availability as well.
Okay. What have you seen? How can you describe the impact to your demand over the last few months? Can you put that into context for us? The rise that you've seen, the surge in demand.
Actually, we see the rise in all the retail. Even there is a huge demand we have in e-commerce, even like Noon, Talabat, all this online platform. We see a huge demand there, and even in retail. It's a good, and I see this one not a challenge. It was an opportunity for us, and we ace it.
It's the sign when you're saying this is when the shelves are emptying faster. Empty shelves is a good sign, as long as you can restock them.
It is, but actually we don't need to be there. We need to be available at any time, anywhere.
Yeah.
This is what one of our main goal: coverage and visibility and availability as well.
Okay. Are you seeing new customers entering the category, or is it just increased consumption?
Both, actually, to be fair. We have our existing loyal consumers, which we see the increase in frequency. But we did a lot of research before with like YouGov as a market research.
Okay.
I think there is an increase mainly due to they consume now more camel milk in their daily routine, in their daily ritual, cooking, baking, morning, night, snacks. This is how we see. And also we see new entry and the new consumer, which they are looking for values, looking for functional and also wellness. That's why we attract a lot of consumers.
Okay. How's it been scaling to meet demand? I mean, one of the advantages, I would guess, correct me if I'm wrong, is that your production ecosystem is end to end. So you're all the way from milking, looking after the camels, milking to packaging, aren't you?
100%. Actually, at Camelicious, as I told you, that we are UAE-based company, and we have full-fledged facility. When I say full-fledged, it's starting from farm to sales. We have our own farm. We have almost 7,000 camel. We have our production with a capacity almost or more than 3 million liters per year. We have our sales team. All of this in-house and at our capacity and our facility. This is why it's give us good edge. So for any increase in demand, we can manage.
Okay.
And we can support as well.
The thing at the moment, I mean, we've all experienced this. We have been through a really unpredictable 60 days or so, a couple of months nearly. How have you, particularly during the last couple of months, during the conflict, how have you adjusted your product lineup, maybe your production focus, specifically leaning into long life items to make sure that you meet delivery schedules?
Actually, our business is super resilient, and we have a very solid business continuity plan, especially for these circumstances.
Okay.
And we didn't see any shortage, even in the market, we didn't. However, even for the export market, with all this challenge in logistics and supply chain, we continue to support our export market and domestic market as well. Actually, this is because of, again, our capability and its full-fledged facility. So we can control, we can manage, we can prioritize the products, the country. But at the end, our ultimate goal to fulfill the needs of our consumer, either here or even outside of UAE.
Right, okay. So it wasn't really a question of scaling per se to meet the demand surge. The capacity is always there. Actually, it's just calling on it, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You are right. But actually, this is one of our competitive edge, that we have our full-fledged facility, we have our farm, we have our production, so we can manage. And also, actually, since day one, because this year we celebrate this 20 years anniversary. Right. Because there is a heritage at Camelicious. And when this facility built at the beginning, it occupied with technology, with expansion, with innovations. That's why every time we have innovation, we have new products, we are trying to be close to our consumer, trying to be close to their needs. That's why we have this capability.
When you started 20 years ago, was there a model for this? I mean, aside from the traditional dairy models, where
Yes, actually, the idea itself started from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid.
okay,
It was his vision to integrate and to introduce camel milk into the food global.
okay,
Okay. Then it was translated to the facility with production. And we have, I think, first production 20 years back. But the aim and the ultimate goal to be exposed across the globe, not only for UAE. That's why now we are keen to explore and penetrate a lot of markets. And we are here now. Currently, we are at UK, at China, at USA, at Europe, at Asia, and soon we will be in Africa. All of this because of the initial vision from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid.
how's the acceptance been outside of here? I mean, traditionally in the Gulf, in the Arab world, particularly in this region, it's not an outlandish idea to drink camel milk. But I guess in some countries, it would you treat it with, what's that going to be like? Am I going to like that? You know, how's the reception been?
It's the same. I will start from perception. This is perception.
That's what I mean. I use
You are
word
right.
perception.
No, you're right.
advising.
Absolutely, you're right.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, I will refer to a lot of research we did before. And we find the most challenging point is not awareness. There is awareness and good level of awareness
Yeah.
for even for camelicious or for camel milk.
Sure.
But the main problem or main challenge is for trial.
Right.
But however, that's why even in last 1 year, we try to be more close to our consumer, to be at events, to attend, to make a lot of activation, to be close and to offer sampling and to see trial. But the good indication, the good reflection, I think whoever is try camel milk, he accepted and he shifted to camel milk.
People are, I get.
But
I
it's
mean,
a matter of, jump and try.
it is. I mean, activations
Yes.
must be really important to you
100%
because
you're
you've got to get people across what's that going to be like? Because people are so used to, I don't know if
Typical dairy.
the established dairy products,
You're right.
if you like, yeah. Because it's a different, it's not a
100%.
different flavour, but it's like a creamier, tangier flavour. I can't really describe
If
it.
you allow me,
Yeah.
there is a difference between camel milk and another dairy.
Yeah.
Our camel milk is a super premium product. It's one single product, one single ingredient. And when I say it's one single ingredient, because of the values.
Yeah.
And our camel milk, as I told you before, it's offering naturally energized, boost immunity, easily digest. Why is all of this? Because there is like different A2 protein profile in our camel milk. We have vitamin C, we have electrolytes, we have B12. All of this is a function and value. It's not about only camel milk. No, there is it's a milk plus there is a valuable benefits and functional values.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
why we are a premium. We are a premium product because we are more targeting functional benefits as well. Not
Yeah,
only
no,
for
I mean that makes sense. I mean, I got to tell you actually, I think it works really well as a base for chocolate, milk chocolate. I think that's something that could really score. Do you use? Is that something that you can use to help counter the perception that maybe I won't like that? Is that something?
Actually, we are now working, and our innovation team and R&D team are working more to make our product more enjoyable, more accessible. So we offer, as I told you, we have plain milk, we have flavored milk with different flavors, chocolate, dates, saffron, strawberry. We have ice cream, pistachio, hazelnut, chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry as well. So we try to be more close, to make our product more enjoyable. Not only as a benefits or functional, no, it's enjoyable and for all the family members as well.
Yeah. Okay. What are the challenges or the differences, if any, between camel milk production as opposed to a standard area cow bovine milk production?
You are right. There is a challenge. If I will list it, maybe the top two or top three challenges.
Sure.
First of all, it's come from camel expertise. Camel is a very unique business, need expertise, and thanks God that we have a good and super team in farm, which is take care of our production, our camel herd, our animal welfare. Also, animal welfare. There is a huge animal welfare standard behind our product to maintain this quality and this consistency. It's not for free. That's why when I say premium, there is a reason behind premium. It's not premium because it's a premium or because of the price. No, because of the value and because of whatever behind the production. Also, when it's come to premium, it's come opposite to growth, because you need to balance between growth and the premium as well. And the main challenge for us now to scale it. However, we try to scale the business, but to maintain the same or our applicable quality standard. This is the key challenges we face.
That's the next stage, I guess. Something that I was thinking about, what role does shelf life play in consumer choices right now? How important is that in Camelicious business?
It's super important, shelf life, even for domestic market and export market. If I will start from the market, consumer now looking for availability, and our product is offer 15 days. For 15 days, it give more confidence for the consumer that once he reach to any retail or at e-commerce, he will find our product. It will not be short-term shelf life. No, it will be available. For export market, it's a key dominant. Why? Because at the end, it's export. There is a logistics, there is a lead time to deliver, to receive there. That's why we offer our mainly milk powder for export market with 18 months. So also the consumer there, he trusts our product, and he knows that there is availability and it will sustain with him for a long time.
Okay. What about pricing? We're talking about it as a premium, part of the premium kind of dairy segment, I guess. How does pricing compare with traditional dairy products today?
Actually, there is a difference, but as I told you, our product is premium, and it's premium because there is a reason behind premium. It's not premium because of the brand or because of the name, no, because of the values behind our camel milk, and also our standard. We have a super and high level of animal welfare standard. Plus, our consumer, as I told you, our consumer is mainly value-driven, not price-driven. Our consumer mainly is looking for values, for nutrition, for functional values, not for the price.
Maybe a more traditional buyer in some ways. Do you find that? Because there's a legacy aspect to this, and there is an aspect of tradition, isn't there?
Yes, it's part of our, because camel milk at the end, it's part of the heritage here in UAE.
Yeah.
For sure, there is a traditional consumer.
I have to apologise for that mosquito that's buzzing around this studio. It's driving me insane. It's been here since yesterday. Do you know what? It's interesting this, because it feels like a test case for the kind of broader UAE national sort of food security strategy in some ways. And I wonder, where do you go from here? You've outlined some of the approaches that you have, but I'm also interested in, are we looking at a permanent shift in how the UAE views local dairy? Because, this is a segment now, isn't it? This is an important part.
Yes. As I mentioned, and usually UAE is the leading in, when it's come to innovation, to quality, to research, all of this UAE leader on this one. And by default, we need to be there, and we need to support our community and our government as well.
Yeah.
And we push for innovation, for technology, maintain our quality. Even, as I told you, when we scale the business, we must not to try, we must maintain our quality standard. Because at the end, it's made in UAE.
Yeah.
And we are super proud that our product is made in UAE.
Come on, I've got a couple of quick questions. We've got the news coming up, actually, but consumer trust is really important, particularly
100%.
for brands like Camelicious. You've got to be consistently delicious. You've got to meet, that expectation. Do you feel like the local production model is now well and truly part of, the pillar of consumer trust, that people really trust you as a local brand? Do you think that you're accepted in that way?
Yes, 100%. People now is moving to accept or people or consumer now are looking more for UAE local produced food security. As I told you, that our camel milk is from farm to table within 48 hours. All of this support the consumer, and also that's why now the consumer more believe and looking for product with UAE made with local produce. Even now, recently, end of last year, we opened our facility and farm tour. So for all our consumers, they can come and visit our facility, show our capability, show our quality standard.
Okay, so people can visit and come and see the camels.
100%. We have our farm tour.
That's cool. Last question for you, and this is kind of your kind of long-term strategy in terms of scaling. Exports, whatever you're going to do. Any new products you can tell us about? Is anything exciting coming up, or innovations in the pipeline?
Actually, recently in Gulf Food, we announced new UHT. Our new product will be soon on the market. This is mainly to support our kids, mainly to support them in their school, also for the export market. And there is a lot of products now in our pipeline. And soon, hopefully by June, July, we'll release some of them in the market.
Okay, I said to you before we sat down, Hesham, I know nothing about camel milk, but I feel like I know a little bit more now, so I appreciate it.
I hope so.
I've learned something. So from tradition to a key pillar in modern food security, Hesham Abdul Hakim is the acting CEO of Camelicious. I appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Good to meet
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Good morning to you. Coming up, the world's high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals are living across continents. And what we're starting to see is a rewrite of global mobility. That's the topic we're delving into next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. A new global report, it's Knight Frank's wealth report, shows the world's high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals are no longer tied to one home. Instead, living across multiple cities and driving a surge in long haul private aviation. Yusuf Muallim is Chief Business Officer at VistaJet, joins us this morning to look at what this phenomenon means for global mobility, business travel, and the next generation of wealth. Yusuf, good of you to join us on the show.
Good morning, Tim. Thanks for having me here on Mira FM.
It's
great to connect and talk about this evolving marketplace.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. I mean, we often talk about the global village, don't we? But for the world's wealthiest individuals, that village is kind of spread across continents in real time now. What is it, first of all, Yusuf, that's behind this multi-location living among the high net worth right now?
Well, Tim, what we're seeing is that the lifestyle of these ultra high net worth individuals has been evolving over the last few years, and this trend has been strengthening in the last couple of years as well, where we see the emergence of this borderless wealth, as we call it. So these individuals, they live in multiple locations. They run businesses in multiple locations. We see them having different homes in leisure destinations in some of the global capital cities. And as such, post-COVID, with the emergence of flexible working, we see these people working from these multiple locations. And as such, private aviation, business aviation has become a structural piece, a foundational piece of their lifestyle to connect them and move them around.
You know, it's interesting this, because it's almost as though, and this report kind of suggests this, that being based in one city, if you like, is almost a legacy concept for the ultra high net worth. For the purposes of this discussion, let's define UHNWIs as those with $30 million plus in assets. But what we're seeing is people treating global cities as neighborhoods, moving between, Dubai, London, New York, wherever, for business and leisure kind of simultaneously. Do you think this is a permanent shift away from the idea of a single primary residence for wealthy people?
Yes, as you rightly said, Tim. So we're seeing them looking at these cities as a network. So they're not living in one location. And we're seeing this shift over the last few years. Maybe I'll take a second to kind of shed some light on Vista's history and role in this. So we're the largest global private aviation business. We've been in this for over 20 years now. We've been established in the region, headquartered out of the IFC for the last 15 years. And we've been seeing this rise since. So this is not something that just started yesterday. This is something that has solidified in the last few years. Looking at it from a regional perspective, we see Dubai has also anchored that, becoming a global destination. Dubai and the UAE, a global destination for capital, for investment, and a mega connector between East and West. What used to be the traditional transatlantic busy corridor is still part of the backbone of the business aviation and of such travel. But we see the rise of the US to the UAE, US to Saudi, Asia to the Middle East have become significant corridors of this growth. And with that, we're seeing people have got homes in New York or in Miami. Also, they've got residences in Dubai, and some possibly have residences in Southeast Asia, and they connect and fly between these different hubs. They run businesses from here. We see the seasonal travel as well. So in the summer, we see them flocking to the south of France or to Ibiza or to Mykonos. And as such, the long haul business aviation tool is part of the toolkit that is not just something that they use every now and then. It's a frequent use. And we see this repeat travel pattern between cities. So It's not that they're doing one trip. Actually, this is becoming a route that they frequent more often.
Okay, so it's not a new phenomenon, but it's a younger private jet phenomenon, I suppose. How is the rise of younger private jet users changing demand and expectations in your sector, in the aviation sector?
Yeah, that's a great question. So whilst we've been seeing that for a while, as I mentioned, it's accelerating recently, and we're seeing that the younger generation coming into this world, we've noticed over the last couple of years, more than 45%, about 47% of first-time flyers are less than 45 years old, and that's different to what we've had in the past. Probably we used to look at a 60, 65-year-old as general customer base. So this influx of younger customers has got a few implications. One, they're much more demanding in terms of flexibility. So they want to have that global access, and this is where VistaJet really excels. We cover 2,000 airports across the globe with our floating fleet, so our aircrafts are not tied down to a specific airport or to a specific base. We move them wherever the demand is, and as such, we could service such big demand. They are digitally driven, digitally native. They want to have access through apps, digital notifications. They want to be able to see the photos of the aircraft, the interior before they book. So all of that has also created a shift in the infrastructure that we've got in the business aviation. And on that front, maybe also taking a second to step back and say, how does Vista address this? So under Vista, we've got two big brands, VistaJet, which is our program offering, and that gives customers a dedicated fleet, which is all uniformly painted, fitted out. We call it the silver and red fleet of more than 200 aircrafts globally. You get guaranteed availability. So it's an alternative to owning your private jet without having to go through the pains and aches and challenges of owning a jet, from maintenance to crew training, etc. And it gives you a guaranteed pricing. So there is price predictability. And then the other product, which is called XO, that's the XO marketplace. We have the largest global marketplace for private aviation, where we offer our own fleet, but we also have another 2,000 aircrafts that are approved, safety vetted, that we offer you on that app. So on the app, you could go in, check your routes, see the aircrafts and the options that are available. You will be offered instantly bookable routes. I mean, we guarantee the availability of the aircraft you're seeing, we guarantee the price that you see there, and you book. And we're seeing a lot of attraction for first-time users with this digital marketplace. So that serves as well to ease the entry into our world.
Okay, so people want you there when they want you there. They want the flexibility of global access. They want digital connectivity. I guess that's as important as physical office space these days. It's this working on the move mentality. Well, which particular regions? You mentioned a few there. I hear Mykonos all the time. It's changed since I was there in the 90s. But which particular regions or corridors are seeing the fastest growth, and why are they seeing that?
Yeah. Notably, I would say the fastest growth we're seeing is in the region. So your US to UAE, UK to UAE, and to Saudi, as well as Saudi domestic flying. So with the Vision 2030 in Saudi, we're seeing a lot of that Jeddah, Riyadh movement. And VistaJet was the first global foreign operator that was granted a license to fly domestically within Saudi. So we're seeing a big push in travel and in movement in Saudi, but as well, kind of the flow into the UAE highlights the big flow in capital into the region, and a lot of the infrastructure and tech investment that's been going on for the last few years. Our third, let's say, corridor that's shown also acceleration and growth is the Asia Middle East corridor. So that's also signaling a lot of talent shift into the region, as well as mutual investment and infrastructure opportunities for this corridor. And as I said, the transatlantic remains the backbone of the global business travel industry, but we're seeing these new corridors really rising. Some with, like, if you're talking Saudi, 300% growth. Routes into the Middle East, you're looking at plus 100% growth. When we look at our program-based, our subscription-based membership in the Middle East, we saw a 34% increase last year in new customers coming in and taking up these committed programs.
So, I mean, you're based in DIFC for what, 15 years? I think you mentioned just now.
Yeah.
So we've seen a real upsurge in private aviation playing, what it means for global wealth mobility compared to 20 years ago. The changes also in the demographic as well. Generally, what does this all mean for cities competing to attract global wealth and investment?
I think the change that this brings to cities is that you've got to look at the attractiveness as part of a network. So it's not like a city pair challenge. It's like you've got to be able to fit within an ecosystem that these ultra high net worth want to live in, want to work in, and you've got to be able to provide this hyper connectivity. Yeah, and this is also where I believe Dubai has played a fantastic role in becoming this global connectivity hub between East and West. And with Vista being here for the last 15 years, I think we've been capitalizing and we've been contributing to this development, where we see a lot of this this travel and this flow traffic converging through Dubai. So as a city, to be competitive in today's age and time for the ultra high net worth, to be able to allow them to access in and out and move quickly, and you need to be able to provide the lifestyle as well as the business infrastructure, so that they could manage all of these aspects of their lives simply. Yeah. And again, I'll double down on how well has Dubai and the UAE managed such a transformation, and we've been part of the businesses that benefited from that and contributed to that. As you mentioned, Tim, we've been in the IFC and in the region for the last 15 years with our global HQ in the IFC. And we've got our operating office here as well that manages the region, that we've seen a five-fold growth in our staff base managing and supporting the region and capitalizing on this growth.
I think it's a fair point. Dubai as a hub, as an infrastructure center, the hyperconnectivity, the phrase you use there, this is the place, isn't it? I mean, the other side of this is, let's just look ahead a little. Population of ultra-high net worth individuals becoming younger and younger as well, projected to rise nearly 36% here in the UAE alone by 2031. That's 5 years. That's fast. So there's an opportunity in private flight demand, Yusuf.
Absolutely. We've seen also this on a global level last year. So global flying hours exceeded 6 million hours, which was a 5% growth. And it's such an industry that's sizable. But as I said, we've seen a similar growth and probably faster growth in the region. So you'd see the region benefiting from that growth and that shift in lifestyle and demand, but at a multiplier there. And that will have an impact on across industries. Yeah. So business infrastructures, business aviation specifically as we speak, which has become a structural tool, a structural element, and not just an occasional flight that you take. And for players in this industry to really deliver at the expectation of this younger, more demanding, more discerning customer, you've got to be able to deliver on their expectations, I've mentioned. So the flexibility is key, the global access is key, the digital element is key, and being able to have options, let's say, for last minute choices. So we see these customers, they've got part of their lives are planned, but also they leave this element of freedom and flexibility that they wanna act on. And this is where we see the benefit of having our floating fleet globally, which when the demand surges, we could move the aircrafts around. And it's not like this aircraft has to be in London and it flies out and back to London. No, this aircraft flies to whatever the next customer is. And as soon as 24 hours prior to that demand, we could mobilize the fleet and then be able to respond and address to these shifting demands.
Okay. Dubai has emerged as a place where infrastructure, I guess, shapes where global wealth settles, the UAE too, by extension. How are emerging markets influencing new travel and from your point of view, investment routes?
That is one of the things and the signals that we kind of pick up early, and we often find that business aviation is one of the leading indicators of these economic shifts, investment shifts. As we start seeing these investors and these ultra high net worth, they flock to where these opportunities are ahead of the masses, let's say. So you kind of pick up on these signals early on, and we've seen these corridors into the Middle East have strengthened significantly, signaling that shift. But equally, we've seen these corridors out of the Middle East into Asia and into Africa also strengthening in the last few years. So we're seeing these economies and these emerging countries becoming destinations as well, where capital and business people and ultra high net worth are moving into these places to build the next, let's say, the next wave of development and growth and prosperity.
Where the opportunity is. It's also a shift, isn't it, of away from kind of short hops to intercontinental, lifestyle travel. How significant is the growth in long haul private aviation routes, and what does that signal as well about global business patterns?
Yeah, Tim, actually, this is where we're seeing the biggest shifts and the biggest growth.
Right.
Historically, you've got these shorter hops, let's say, within Europe, within the US, or regional travel that used to be a big part of the business. But now, one with the industry development as well, like and the newer aircrafts, like our flagship Bombardier Global 7500, that could do flight from Dubai to LA nonstop. So one, the infrastructure and technologies, they are helping that, but two, the demand is moving to these long haul trips. So we see high double-digit growth in these in this sector, and we see a lot of business aviation companies rushing to get hold of these longer haul, bigger aircrafts. At this stage, we're proud to have the largest fleet of Global 7500, and we're the first to move into that segment. We have 18 of those aircrafts that are all being upgraded now to the Global 8000, which gives us additional range and fuel efficiency. So it's a growing segment. Everybody's racing to service that segment in terms of infrastructure, in terms of capturing that demand. And that's merely responding to the need of this customer base. As I said, someone that might have a house in Miami and a business in Dubai, and they've got some investments in Asia, and they want to be able to make these moves nonstop at ease with the flexibility they wanna have.
It's interesting because it's lifestyle travel. It's obviously luxury travel, but there is a change here in aspects of business travel as well. Because if you live across continents, the global boardroom has changed, and I'm wondering how you see the effect on this global boardroom phenomenon.
Yes. So businesses are borderless.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that the wealth is becoming borderless, driven by these individuals, and that reflects with our, let's say, business and business offering for the need to have access even while you're flying. So our aircrafts have got, call it the office in the fly. So you get connectivity. You could take run your board meeting on a video call while you're flying, moving across these cities and these global hubs. And you've got execs sitting in different parts of the world that either kind of fly in or then with this lifestyle connect remotely while traveling on board our aircrafts, and life continues.
And it's expected that life continues now. There is that technological expectation,
Absolutely.
isn't there? So there is a generational shift here, and with a generational shift comes a change in attitude, a change in mentality naturally. Is the next generation of wealth, I mean, I guess obviously it's more mobile than the predecessors, but how does sustainability, a relatively recent term, and also technology play into travel choices that people are making?
Yeah. So from the customer's perspective, we're seeing the new generation becoming a little bit more demanding and discerning in terms of understanding what's the sustainability agenda and what's the impact that the business has on the front. And Vista has been one of the early adopters as well of sustainability agenda, whether it is with our SAF fuels, bringing in some of the most advanced aircrafts, like again the Global 7500. It's the most efficient aircraft in the skies in business aviation these days. So we see that need, and Vista's responding by offering these solutions as well as offering carbon offsetting through our booking. But then in terms of the implications on businesses, you've got to be agile. You've got to be able to look at aspects of what is your carbon footprint, what's your greenhouse emissions throughout the whole business, not just with the aircrafts, but with your offices, with your maintenance facilities, and make sure that you've got audited reports on what is the impact that you have. I think that's one of the biggest things we've seen evolve in the last few years, getting a true picture of that and responding to it. And Vista has been very active throughout all of these verticals and playing its role. Pivoting to the technology piece. So on the one hand, we've spoken to Tim, how these customers expect digital access. They want to be able to see things in the moment. They want to be able to see the photos of the aircrafts, and our XO marketplace, the XO app, offers that. And we're proud to say we're the leading global player in that space. And we've harnessed the technology and AI to be able to drive that. So the ability to offer instantly bookable trips relies on a lot of data science and AI that we run in the background, whereby we look at aircraft availability. We've got connected schedules with hundreds of operators across the globe. So we know if the aircraft is available or it is not, if it's got maintenance downtime, or if it's flying for picking up crew. We use that data along with the demand signals to offer customers a price and an availability that literally within seconds you can book your private jet. So these have been some of the key emerging trends that we see on both sustainability and bringing tech into back to play to the forefront in this industry as a reaction, as a response to some of the needs and demands of our younger customer base.
The final question for you, Yusuf, and it's the standard kind of future question, if you'll indulge me. How do you see global mobility trends shaping business travel and that intersection with luxury markets over the next few years?
We expect this trend to continue and even accelerate, with more and more customers getting into this borderless wealth lifestyle. Being able to have your primary residence in a location and have your business in a different location, have your multiple escapades throughout the year to your leisure destinations, and spanning from the west coast of the US through Europe, the Mediterranean, the Middle East to Southeast Asia. And I think just by thinking about this spread, long haul flying and long haul business aviation will continue to be a key player and a key enabler in that space from an economic perspective, but as well from a lifestyle perspective. And we continue to believe that Dubai in the Middle East is very well positioned to stitch that together and continue to play a global hyper connectivity platform in the space.
The world is shrinking, but the lifestyle of the ultra-wealthy is expanding faster than ever. Yusuf Muallim is from VistaJet. Thanks for joining us, Yusuf. Good to talk to you.
Thank you to have me. Thanks for having me. You have a good day.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. Islamic finance is undergoing a significant structural evolution. We're seeing a really distinct move away from public markets towards private, bilateral, even club deals. And new data from Fitch Ratings shows Sharia-compliant syndicated financing has surged in 2026, early 2026, even overtaking US dollar sukuk, Islamic bond issuance. So the question that arises is what's driving this move towards more private deals and what does it mean for regional markets? And I'm joined by Saif Shauki, who is the Islamic Finance Director at Fitch Ratings. Good to meet you, Saif. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Tim.
Very good to have you with us. So the latest data, I have to say, kind of striking. We're seeing Islamic syndicated financing grow nearly 300% year on year. That's impressive, actually overtaking public US dollar sukuk issuance in the first quarter of the year. So is this temporary reaction to the conflict, or are we seeing maybe a more permanent change into how businesses are funding themselves? That's my first question.
Tim, firstly, thank you for having me as part of your studio. My name is Saif Shauki, as you introduced. Firstly, Islamic syndication is not a new phenomena. It's, in fact, its evolution, its maturity even predates the growth and maturity of the debt capital markets or bonds and sukuk in the GCC countries.
Yeah.
So if I'm to lay the lay of the land, the size of the market touched upon about $220 billion globally when it comes to Islamic syndication outstanding.
Yeah.
Most of the market remains concentrated in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Egypt, but also in other Gulf countries, and Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, and Pakistan.
Right.
So that's the lay of the land. And if I'm to talk about, let's say, market shares, right? In the Gulf region, for example, it actually grew from last year. So, for example, in the first quarter of this year, the Islamic share of the syndications market reached around 50% in the first quarter of this year. It was around 35% last year.
Okay.
If I'm to go towards the west, towards Egypt, it was around 30%. If I'm to go further towards Turkey, it was around 50% again. So all in all, is to say that it's not really a new phenomena. It's having a significant role as a funding tool in many of the OIC or countries, or the Organization of Muslim Cooperation or Islamic Cooperation countries. What's different this time is that when the Iran war the US-Iran war started, effectively the US dollar sukuk and bonds from the region became muted.
Right.
While activity actually in the Islamic syndications was affected. Don't get it wrong; it did get affected.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, there was activity, there was deals. Actually, as you mentioned, year-on-year transactional growth actually was around 300% growth.
Yeah.
So this talks to you the viability that even during stress times, it remains a core funding tool.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the figures are headline grabbing, obviously, but give me a context, if you can, of how significant it is that Islamic syndicated financing is overtaking dollar sukuk issuance.
So if you look at the last 5 years, right, from COVID times till where we are right now, it's not that, it's always been the case that the sukuk or the bond market has been lower in terms of volumes or outstanding sizes than syndications. Actually, there have been times where syndications has outpaced or has bigger size than the DCM market, and there have been times where actually sukuk has outpaced, and vice versa, for example. So it's it ebbs and flows between the years. Nevertheless, what's interesting this time is that historically, whenever we had volatilities, market corrections, geopolitical tensions, Sharia-driven tensions, or changes in the sukuk space, issuances tend to briefly halt before kickstarting again.
Yeah. Okay.
This time it's different. It's been almost 2 months since the war started, and we haven't seen the other side kick in. While actually we are seeing more activity continue in the banking space. And this is because of the accommodative role of the GCC banking system when it comes to syndications, both Islamic banks and conventional banks.
Okay, so it seems then a long-term shift rather than a short-term reaction by issuers.
I mean, I will not say it's a long-term shift, right? So I mean, going one step back,
Or a trend that's is a trend catching up? Is that a better way to describe it? I don't know.
So it is a part of the funding toolkit of entities, of industrial firms, of sovereigns, of energy companies. But I think it helps to set a story of I think it helps to go back to 10 years ago or so, around 2017, when Saudi Arabia, for example, they issued almost for the first time the sovereign dollar sukuk, right? Prior to that, the debt capital markets in the region, when it comes to sukuk and bonds, were not really that active. It's really in the last 10 years or so where you saw the surge of sukuk and bonds. And actually, even post-COVID, where many of the governments in the region, many of the financial institutions, corporates, they wanted to diversify their funding sources. Yeah. And we saw a push in a way of debt capital markets. And that's deliberate. It didn't happen randomly. Yeah. It's on back of strategies by the governments. I'm sure you know about the Vision 2030, plans by the governments in the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and almost all the sovereigns in the region are active in the DCM space as of now. Syndication, as I mentioned, goes pre that, right? It goes even before the 2017 rise. So will it change the dynamics? Yes, as long as the DCM issuances in the Gulf, the dollar issuance specifically, remains low, the role of syndications, and in particular Islamic syndications, will help cover that funding gap. Yeah. Will it exceed that? We know it'll be mainstream funding source of funding in the rest of 2026. But the evolution of the Iran war, when it comes to scope, when it comes to duration, when it comes to sustainability of the ceasefire, that will set this pace.
Yeah. Okay. How are banks supporting the growth in the GCC?
So, the GCC Islamic banks, they have a very interesting role, right? They are not only involved in the syndications market domestically, i.e., for example, UAE banks funding UAE projects. Yeah. They're also involved cross-border, whether it's in the other GCC countries, it could be with entities in Egypt, entities in Turkey, across other jurisdictions, for example. So they have been actively supporting the syndications market and frankly even the sukuk market, as they are not only key arrangers of Islamic syndication and sukuk, they're also key investors in syndications, key investors in sukuk, and also arrangers of these instruments. As of first quarter of this year, we see that around 65% of the Islamic banks and Islamic multilaterals that we rate, all of them are actually investment grade. Around 65% of them, almost, many of them actually on stable outlooks. We haven't seen any defaults. And this actually, the GCC Islamic banks, when they entered the Iran war, many of them entered with ample liquidity, adequate capital buffers, and significant market share in these jurisdictions. I think it's important to know that when you, for example, drive through UAE, when you drive through Bahrain, when you drive through Saudi Arabia, you will see Islamic banks all over the place. It is a significant part of the DNA of the banking system in the region.
It's part of the landscape.
It's part of the landscape, exactly. Yeah, so if you're a corporate, if you're a utility company, if you're a sovereign, many of these transactions, many of the syndicate transactions are actually dual tranched. You could have a conventional leg, and you can have an Islamic leg, so as not to exclude, you can say around 40%, or depending which jurisdiction you look at. In Saudi Arabia, Islamic banking is around 85% of financing, right? In the UAE, in Qatar, it's anything from around 25% to 30%. Sure. And in Oman, it's around 20%. So to not exclude the banking system, many of these deals are structured as Sharia compliant.
Yeah. Okay. Why are private syndications becoming more attractive than sukuk? How much of this growth that we're seeing is simply because local or regional Islamic banks have liquidity and are maybe actively pushing these deals?
I will not say that one is better than the other or one is worse than the other. Each of them have their own features, which makes it advantageous to pull it from the funding toolkit. Sure. But syndications, whether it's the Islamic side or the conventional side, they're more private in nature, right? They
Sure.
could give issuers, potential speed of execution, potentially less complexity than issuing a bond or a sukuk. I mean, there's listing requirements, there's regulatory requirements, which many issuers would need to meet. So syndications, I mean, it could be more relationship-based, financing contracts. The Islamic side kicks in because, again, you have a significant funding pool, right? You also have conventional banks and Islamic banks who would, divide the credit risk among institutions and hence reduce the credit risk, which is also attractive for many of the FIs in the region. The banking sector, as I mentioned earlier, they have been accommodative to syndications since the beginning of this year. But I think each of the issuers and each of these countries, they have their own dynamics, right? So, for example, in the beginning of this year, we saw the Saudi government announced as part of the 2026 annual borrowing plan that they plan to raise up to 50% of their funding needs from private markets, including syndications.
Right.
If you look into UAE, for example, the GREs or the government-related entities are involved in infrastructure projects and development projects, and we expect their debt issuances to rise, including from syndications. In the UAE, we have the government's halal or Islamic finance and halal strategy that could also provide impetus for Islamic syndications, along with other verticals of the Islamic finance industry. In Egypt, we know that there is a sizable external funding needs, and Egypt has strong support for both multilateral institutions and bilateral institutions, which will support their syndication story.
Okay. Can I make an observation, then ask you for an observation? Syndicated deals are private deals, right? So they don't provide the same kind of marketing or visibility, like a public sukuk listing does on Nasdaq Dubai or the stock exchange in London, wherever. So I suppose, in a way, companies are kind of sacrificing visibility, brand visibility, because, for the sake of speed in some ways. Is that a reasonable assessment?
I mean, as I mentioned, each of these venues, they have their own advantages, right? So to save that, you're sacrificing on media visibility is not something I will comment on. But, when we had, I believe it was in February, when Saudi Energy Company, formerly Saudi Electricity Company, they raised around $4 billion from Islamic syndications. We had, Emirates Global Aluminium, around $5 billion of facilities, including an Islamic tranche. We had Emirates Islamic in the UAE. We had Dubai Aerospace Enterprises. They were able to attract significant sources of funding from both regional and international investors using, a part of the funding mix using, Islamic syndications. Even in Turkey, we had Turkcell issue $1 billion. So, syndications is a useful tool for large-scale financing needs. Right, and of course, sometimes certainty over pricing potentially, and sometimes the scale of issuances makes syndications a viable tool.
Yeah, I guess what I'm hinting at is it's in a way it's a trade-off, isn't it? In terms of the splash of a public sukuk, the kudos that comes with that. I suppose in some ways, in perception at least, is one thing. But the speed and the nimble approach it allows you to your business of a private syndication that's where I'm going with that. Which sectors are leading demand for private deals?
So in the first quarter of this year, we saw the lion's share being taken by industrial firms. We saw the likes of government agencies also tap the market. We saw electricity companies tap the market. Earlier last year, we saw sovereigns also being active in the syndication space. As I mentioned earlier, Saudi government has a plan to raise up to 50% from private markets and the balance from the debt capital markets, i.e. sukuk and bonds. So its importance is not going to fade away in the short to medium term. Okay.
What does the liquidity on display here, if you like, mean for the sukuk market?
That's a great question. I think it's a timely question because since the start of the Iran war, we actually studied the liquidity of these products. Right. And the way we look into liquidity is using Bloomberg liquidity scores, where there is a score ranging from 1 to 100. I know it's a little bit technical, but if you can fancy me, so 100 being the most liquid.
Okay.
And with the highest liquidation cost, in other words, 1 being the least liquid. Using our analysis, we saw that investment grade sukuk in general were more liquid than speculative grade sukuk in our coverage. But since the start of the war, both the categories actually fell in terms of liquidity scores. But the fall of the speculative grade sukuk actually was much more steeper than the investment grade sukuk. The impact actually is also visible when it comes to sectors. We see that sukuk issued by corporates were significantly less liquid compared to, let's say, sovereign sukuk or supranational sukuk. The impact also varies by countries. So, for example, sukuk issued by entities in Indonesia or Malaysia or supranationals, like Islamic Development Bank in Jeddah, for example, their sukuk were much more liquid compared to sukuk in the region, whose liquidity of their both sukuk and bonds in the Gulf, it fell. But actually, it's not only a Gulf story. Even sukuk issued by Turkish entities, Egyptian entities, their liquidity also fell. And I think the evolution of liquidity varies depending on the scope of the conflict.
Okay. What about investor appetite for sukuk? What's the effect been?
That's a brilliant question, Tim. So, I mean, we have not had, many dollar sukuk issuances and bond issuances from the region. So it's hard to gauge the primary market demand, for example, to say that there's undersubscription. In fact, we have had issuances from the entities that we rate who were about to go to the market. But their plans were either, kept on hold or they were shelved because of the conflict that started.
Yeah.
But if I'm to, gauge at the secondary markets, an interesting trend was emerged. That actually, if we start from the end of Feb when the war started till the end of March, we saw that the spreads of the US dollar, GCC, sukuk, and bonds actually was at a 5-year high. This actually predates, for example, this is actually more than all the conflicts, the geopolitical uncertainties, the tax US tariff imposed last year. It was more than that, but actually it remains below pandemic level uncertainties, if I may.
Okay.
We are still assessing the impact. Actually, since the end of March, we see that the spreads have fallen down. But if I may go one step back, the rise in the spreads, they are an indication of the risk perception by investors, right? But we see that the risk perceptions or the yields have actually been falling down, following the ceasefire, but they are not still back to the pre-war levels. So investor uncertainty still remains.
You kind of alluded to this earlier, but I wanted to ask you, we're seeing Islamic borrowers using Islamic tranches within conventional syndicated deals. Is this the future, a hybrid model where you don't choose between Islamic or conventional, but it's there for you kind of blend them together for investor benefit?
I mean, this is not only limited to the syndications world. Even in the sukuk world,
Sure.
You could have, for example, the government of Saudi Arabia, the governments of the UAE, or the individual Emirates, Indonesian sovereigns. Frankly, all across the world, they might issue a conventional bond, and they might issue a sukuk to meet their funding needs.
Yeah.
But when the syndications world, similar parallels are there. But it depends on your your mandate, if I may. You have Islamic banks, right, whose core mandate is to operate in a Sharia-compliant manner. Sure. They cannot, even if the deals are better in the conventional side, they cannot approach that, right? So you're structured, by design to have Islamic funding sources. You have Islamic corporates who can only deal in Sharia-compliant financing forms, right? It depends from issuer to issuer. But yes, there are many issuers out there who actually have a mixed bag approach. We can take the Islamic liquidity and we can use the conventional liquidity. And in fact, many of these deals, the syndications market, around 60% of them or so are in US dollars, right? Helping issuers in the region tap not only the regional liquidity, but also the international liquidity which syndications provide.
Yeah. Okay. So best of both worlds, really. Yeah. How do you see the balance between sukuk and syndications evolving this year? Let me put to you a scenario, I guess. If geopolitical tension cools, do you expect the public sukuk market to roar back? Or has the corporate sector realized that private syndication is another, maybe in some ways, a more efficient way to operate?
A brilliant question again, Tim. I mean, we need to go back to last year or the end of last year. it was a strong year when it comes to issuances in the Gulf. The GCC debt capital markets, i.e. Sukuk and bonds, the size actually crossed $1 trillion. As we speak, it's around $1.2 trillion, right?
It's scary figures.
Yes.
Brilliant.
So and not only this, right? So GCC, if you look 10 years ago, the numbers were nowhere similar to this.
Yeah.
So far, the GCC, they have around 40% share of the emerging market US dollar issuances, right? So they're not only a key part in the old countries, they are a key part of the global emerging market scene when it comes to dollar issuances, excluding China. Sukuk is 41% of the GCDCM. And its maturity and its growth patterns is not going to go away anytime soon. In fact, the local currency markets in the Gulf, despite the wars, despite the uncertainties, many of these sukuk and bonds in local currencies continue to be, demanded by investors. Many of them, domestic banks.
Yeah.
So that side of the equation is not going anytime away soon. In fact, governments could be incentivized to develop the local currency markets further. We are seeing a push towards dirham monetary implementation, for example, where the government is trying to push, in the UAE the dirham market, and in Saudi Arabia the riyal market. That's two legs of the parallel. In the syndications market, similarly to this, it had a robust start to the beginning of this year. Even, actually syndications and sukuk had a very notable January and February, right? But as long as the volatility remains, as long as uncertainty remains, we don't think the GCC issuances will be strong going ahead, right? So issuances will remain subdued until volatility subsides. Till that space, I think the role of Islamic syndications, the role of private placements, the role of certificate of deposits for Islamic banks or conventional banks, these private channels, if I may, they are likely to maintain a good role because, maybe you saw earlier, many of the governments in the region, Abu Dhabi, you saw Qatar, you saw Kuwait, tapping private placement fundings, and even banks in the region tapping private placements. Why? Because the public markets remain, broadly more affected than the private markets.
Final question for you, Saif. If a chief financial officer is at work today, sat in the office, trying to decide on a Q3 funding strategy, for example, what's the one question to ask a treasurer before choosing between a sukuk and a syndicated facility?
As a rating agency, we can't advise. It's really not. We can't advise. We can't recommend. So that's not part of my mandate as such. But it's important to look at the fundamentals.
Right.
Right. You have to look at what's the lay of the land, what's the investor appetite. What's the pricing dynamics which you could be entering into, and frankly, it differs from issuers to issuers, right? There is no one cap fit all, right? So, having said that, most of the corporates in the region, they remain reliant on bank funding,
yes,
right? So the disruptions of the bond market or the sukuk market, it hasn't really affected their funding choices much, so each institution to their own, if I may.
I'm glad you said fundamentals there because from how I read the situation at the moment, the fundamentals have not changed in this region.
If I may compliment, we haven't seen any sukuk defaults since the war started.
That's a good point.
Yeah, despite the volatilities, there is no even rating downgrades since the start of the war. Right? Most of the issuers in the region, they still are on stable outlooks. There is an uptick of issuers on rating watch negative, which talks about the evolving risks, but the vast majority remains, investment grade in the region. And I leave it at that.
It's a much more positive picture, I feel, that I've gained from you. Why the sukuk isn't the automatic default anymore and how syndicated financing has become maybe an unexpected start of Q1 2026. That's certainly a headline, I guess. Saif Shawki is Islamic Finance Director at Fitch Ratings. It's been good talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for having us.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Welcome. Coming up, the business of music and how it makes us feel. Next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive. Now, even at the height of last month's conflict, some sounds in the UAE never disappeared, and we've got there's a feeling at least of normalcy returning. So familiar music for many people is helping to restore a sense of calm. So it's something we wanted to discuss this morning. Julie Hans is Director of Partnerships at the music consultancy Massive Music, joins us in the studio. It's good to meet you.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Good to have you here. You know, music can help us in times of trouble, can't it? That's the
Yes.
thing. I had to shoehorn the Beatles in there early, excuse me. You guys work with music. You work directly with artists. You work with global brands, agencies, rights holders, media, that kind of thing. So what I want to do is try and look at, if we can, how sound reflects and influences how people feel in times of crisis, feel in times of recovery. It's been pretty unusual last 60 days. What sounds or music trends have stood out as constants in the UAE? Have you noticed anything different in the last kind of 2 months?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been quieter. You know, we don't have the traffic and the honking, and there's definitely fewer people in public spaces. But what we've noticed at Massive Music is like there's a few sounds that are still there. Like, you know, like the Kareem delivery notification when you're like ordering food in the middle of the night. They're still
Right.
coming, and that sound is still there, and it's still making you feel safe and in your routine.
It's one of my favorite
I know,
sounds,
right?
yeah.
It's very exciting when it gets there. And then, you know, like the metro, the RTA sound, it shows that people are still commuting, people are still going to work, things are still active, the city is still alive. So little things like that. Even the call to prayer was still there during all of this, during the Ramadan season. So there are like these like constant sounds that are there that are reminders that the city is still moving through this difficult time.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? You forget about things like the Kareem sound, or I mean, I quite often I like the call to prayer. It's just there's something sort of comforting in that.
Yeah.
I'm not Muslim, but I'm so used to it now. The metro sound, we forget about these
Yeah.
things, and they are kind of just part of. Okay, that's there. Life's fine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of how it is. Look, it's been a high tension time. There has been and continues to be a lot of uncertainty. During a crisis, do we tend? I mean, I think we do, but do we tend to reach for familiar, kind of predictable things, music included, because we feel safer rather than looking for new stuff? We don't kind of go outside the comfort zone. do we?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, when you kind of look at like music consumption as a trend in these times of crises, people usually listen to the same songs over and over, songs that bring them back to like a time of comfort, a time during maybe like their childhood when they felt safe, something that like brings them back, just because music is a way to bring back memories and transport yourself back to times where you felt good. So a lot of repetition, a lot of like, you know, creating playlists on streaming services that are like calming playlists, or using, you know, like radio features on streaming services that kind of like keep you in a safe zone of the type of music that you like. But in terms of what types of genres, I think it really depends on like how you deal with crises in general. Some people, you know, need to be calmed and need to listen to really soothing music, slow ballads, you know, ambient music. Some people want to feel motivated and want to feel like everything is normal, so they'll listen to like hyperpop or techno music. So I think, you know, it really depends on like how you deal with moments of stress and how you're soothed. But in general, the trends that we did notice are people go back to what they know and what's familiar, and discovery is kind of at a low in these times of uncertainty.
Well, you see, that's what I was thinking. I was sat last night trying to work out, you know, if I've noticed any difference. And my kind of personal habits, I'm kind of semi-podcast, semi-music in the car, for example. I've not changed at all, but I guess, you know, some people do. It really does depend. The thing is, we got the kind of sounds, you know, the Kareem sound that we talked about. You got the metro sound that we talked about, just part of everyday life.
Yeah.
What other kinds of sounds are coming back, do you think, as conditions start to stabilize? The roads are a lot busier, kids are back at school, daily life is kind of, you know, it's busier.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like subtle things that maybe you wouldn't have paid attention to, but like, you know, outside my window in my apartment, I hear cars, I hear honking, I hear speeding, I hear, you know, like luxury cars or motorcycles making a lot of noise, which is something that didn't happen so much during the crisis. You know, you go to malls, you hear more people, like the hum of discussion, vendors trying to sell you things, which maybe quieted down a little bit. You're walking around the beach and you hear more music, you hear restaurants are being filled. So I would say, you know, it's just this hum of activity that's coming back that maybe quieted down a little bit.
There's a thing that you guys do as a music consultancy. I know you create kind of bespoke music or sonic soundscapes, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But there's a phrase, and I've forgotten it. For the do theme, the do.
Yeah.
What's that called?
It's called the sonic logo.
Sonic logo.
Yes,
That's what I was looking for.
a jingle, basically.
It's a jingle, but sonic logo.
We call it
is
sonic logo officially. Yeah.
because it's more hip or something. I guess.
I
It's
don't
just
know why we call it that.
like a
It sounds
corporate
more
phrase.
official, right? Yeah.
Sounds good. I like it. No, I mean I like those things. Those things are very important. They kind of imprint. Don't they?
Yeah, and I think they create a sense of safety and normalcy and familiarity where it's like you hear a sound, you trust the brand, you know?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm just going to write down sonic logo.
Yeah.
'Cause, I heard it years ago and then promptly forgot it. You know, I do this thing where I think, I need to remember that. And of course, as soon as you do
and then
that,
years later you forget.
it's gone. Yeah. So there's lots of evidence, isn't there? And there's real science, I think, in that music can reduce anxiety.
Yeah.
If you've ever had an MRI, they'll give you headphones and they might
Yeah,
choose
exactly,
a soundtrack
yeah.
for you, which happened to me once. And he chose Pink Floyd, and I'm not a Pink Floyd fan, and
Okay.
it drove me insane for half an hour.
Yeah, that can happen, yeah.
It can happen, and it does reduce anxiety. So how does that play out in a more professional world like yours, in terms of real world listening behavior, when it comes to the requests that you get as a consultancy?
I mean, so we usually work with brands that are trying to do a refresh of their identity, right? So
Right.
it usually comes with a visual refresh, like what we generally call a rebrand. And then what these brands do is they'll usually hire us to come in and do the audio portion of the rebrand.
Right.
And the way that works is you kind of have to sit down with the client and understand like the core of what they're trying to convey through their brand, and then you translate that to audio. So it can, it can be complex or simple. It can be like, okay, we are a bank and we want to sound hip because we're trying to attract a younger audience for them to, open their accounts, start saving young. What does that sound like? And it's kind of our job to like translate that into music. So maybe it's like, okay, a younger audience will like more electronic music, so let's incorporate those types of elements. Or, it's a younger audience, but they are based in the UAE. So how do we kind of like bridge the gap between, we want something modern, but we want something that's like culturally relevant as well. Okay, maybe let's incorporate the oud instrument. So it's kind of like, how do we map out the big idea with smaller broken down elements?
So, but how do you do that? I mean, you're from France,
Yes.
right? So, I mean, if you're in France, that would be more straightforward because you're looking at, I guess, a very French audience. I'm from the UK. I would use grime or pop or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But here, we've got the 180, 200 nationalities. How do you? I don't even know where you'd start. Maybe that's really difficult.
I'm speechless.
To answer.
Yes,
But it must be more difficult because it's much broader here, isn't it?
I mean, again, it all depends on the brand's big idea and what it is they're trying to convey and who they're trying to reach as an audience.
Okay.
And it's interesting because the UAE is like simultaneously so culturally rooted, but at the same time welcomes so many nationalities. So a lot of what we have to do in our projects is like balance the global with the local. And depending on what type of company it is or what type of brand and who they're trying to sell to and what they're trying to sell, that ratio can kind of change. Like some people come to us and say like, we want 70% global, 30% local, or we want it to be 50-50. And like we work a lot with these like numbers of how much local do you want and how much global do you want? And that's usually how we create the balance and the mix of like your perfect sound for your brand.
It's really difficult. It's really
It's
hard
really
to pin
difficult,
down.
yeah.
It's the old voiceover thing, and people will say, "Can you do it again?" But imagine you've just had a car crash and you've fallen out of the car, and you think,
Right,
"Oh, I have
right.
no idea where to start with that." But I guess you have to kind of filter that and try and boil it down and work out what somebody's going for.
Yes.
It's interesting. I mean, it's kind of scientific, but artistic at the same time. So you've got to find that balance.
It is. It's an interesting job to have because music, again, is so creative and it's so subjective and it's very like emotion driven. And then, but we are a music consultancy, so we're on the business side and we're working with brands on the marketing side. So we have to have some sort of like research and backup to the choices that we make. So kind of like our job is to, again, balance the subjective with the objective, create emotion, but back it up with facts and data and statistics and explain why we choose certain sounds to create a certain consumer reaction.
And I guess there are times when you're kind of disappointed. You've got something you think is great, and it's no, it won't work for us. There are those times as well.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, it comes down to what the brand wants and how they feel towards the music.
That's such a great answer. You did that so well. Just
But
completely.
it's true. We do try to, again, we try to balance both and we try to give reason as to why we're making creative decisions, not just say, oh, we're going with the feeling or we're going with inspiration.
Yeah.
We want to back it up and we want to give reason to it.
Okay, let's talk about TikTok because TikTok is such a driver for music. I notice it with my daughter, who's a big music fan. I'm a big music fan, and she'll sing along with songs, and I just can't work out where she got the song from because it's not something she would naturally gravitate to. Very often, it's TikToks and it's trends on TikTok. So a huge role in kind of shaping sound.
Yes.
I think today that's probably fair to say. How much do those short form audio trends reflect the mood in the playground, in the office, on the ground?
Yeah. I mean, TikTok is like a mystery in the best way. I think it's so cool that like, you can have music trending on there that's like from a new young artist or something from like 50 years ago can reappear and be trending again, just depending on like who picks it up and how the algorithm processes things.
Yeah.
I think, specifically in this time of crisis, what we've noticed is that like the music trends didn't really change. Maybe the content did, and it became more and more like adapted to what was going on like in the local community. But in terms of music, like music kind of stayed the same. And if anything, it stayed consistent to connect with the rest of the world. So it's like music kind of became like this constant on social media and on TikTok. Instead of, like turning to being very like, I don't know, sad or dramatic music, it kind of just stayed consistent with what everyone else was using in the world and it stayed with the trends. Whereas the content itself of the short form video changed, but the music stayed the same, which is kind of interesting.
That kind of makes sense. Do you think that was a conscious decision? Do you think brands or, I don't know, maybe platforms to some extent were more intentional about using sound to reassure audience, and that was the reason for we're not going to change here?
I think for social media is its own beast, and I think things just kind of happen organically.
Yeah, probably.
But from the brand perspective, we did notice brands being a little bit more sensitive to the type of audio that they were using, trying to use more like soothing music, scientifically backed soothing music with like certain rhythms or certain ambient sounds, being a little bit more sensitive, changing their audio last minute because maybe something very upbeat and sunny is like not really what you want to be putting forth at the moment.
Sure.
We did also notice that a lot of brands are interested in our sonic branding services, which is where we kind of like create a consistent audio ecosystem across different touch points for the brand. So like you'll have the sonic logo or the jingle, but then you'll have the sounds that you hear in like UX, UI on a website or on an app, or the music that you hear on social media videos for brand. Like the brands have really wanted to keep everything really consistent because that creates like a sense of familiarity, and it's very comforting for the consumers to kind of like hear connected touch points across a brand. It makes them feel like taken care of, especially during these types of times.
It also makes sense, doesn't it, as an identifier? I mean, a sonic logo is an identifier, but if you then, I don't know, if you take Do as the example, the phone company as the example, we all know that jingle.
Yeah.
But if you call the call center, I don't even know if you can, I guess you can, and you were to hear that music in an extended form, that consistency is kind of reassuring, you
Right.
know where you are.
Yeah, it makes it feel legit. It makes you feel like you're in the right place.
Yeah, yeah.
And like you're going to get the level of service that you're expecting.
I don't spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff, but it is interesting. What about specifically the role of like local soundscapes or traditional motifs? You know, the oud, for example, or you know, tabla sounds, or all that kind of thing. They're very much associated with here. They kind of establish a sense of place,
Yes.
don't they? Did any of those kinds of sounds, you know, local sounds, regional sounds, get more traction during this period at all? Did you notice any difference?
I mean, you know, again, it's hard to say because it's so recent. The data's not out.
We're kind of still here,
we're still
aren't we?
kind of
Yeah.
here. But I would say that, like, you know, with the sense of pride in general of like being in the UAE and feeling protected, yeah, with that came like a stronger interest, I guess, in local music and local culture, and just, you know, digging into like the country and the place that you're so proud to be a part of.
I mean, it's very much been a visual thing, hasn't it? We've all seen the campaigns, the Glory and Pride campaign,
yeah.
for example. So you see that first, and I guess the audio side is a bit more subliminal. Is
I
it?
think audio is always going to be a little bit more subliminal. It kind of messes with your brain without you really realizing it. So yeah, I would say people are more appreciative of it. But like I said earlier, the discovery aspect of music has been kind of halted because people are going back to what they know and what they're used to listening to.
Yeah, okay. That's why we like radio stations, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Farage, here he
Yeah.
is. He doesn't often get involved, but you've obviously piqued his interest. Have you got some questions?
Yeah. I mean, would you agree that silence has kind of disappeared from the digital life, you know?
Silence?
Yeah. From digital life, I would say.
You mean during this time or just in
general, your
in
digital
general,
life.
there's so much noise. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Rarely do I don't think I've ever come across a social media video where there is no audio.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. Sound is everywhere. It's true. Like it's noisy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And from a psychological perspective, would you say, like, you know, because it's more anxiety inducing now? I mean, it generally was with, you know, as Carl Jung will say, what is it called? Neurotics, you know,
Yeah.
having issues and such. But even normal people now, like an average human being, now finds it anxiety inducing when there's silence
It's
between things.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and this whole situation we're in has kind of proven that. Like, I think people turned to social media and to music and to audio and sounds that they recognized because it made them feel safer. It made them feel like in their routine. And yeah, definitely silence, I think, was freaky for people in this situation.
Well, silence is. I mean, if
Yeah.
have you ever seen the experiment? They put somebody in a padded room, which is maybe where I should be. But it's a padded room, but it is a. I loved your smirk.
Oh, I meant like, yep, me too.
With a matching white jacket.
Yeah, exactly. But somebody put in a room and it's complete silence, but absolute complete silence, and it becomes deafening.
Yeah.
That's
You
called an
start losing it.
anechoic chamber.
See,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
knew you'd know
And
that.
you can literally hear your organs move in those types of rooms,
Frightening
which I
thought.
think is a whole other level of silence that no one should be in. And I don't even know if that relates to your question about noise and social media, because that is extreme.
No, maybe I should watch different stuff on YouTube or something.
Yeah,
I'm not absolutely sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Apologise.
so another thing would be, you know, like how he was mentioning about, you know, these cultural sonic identities, you know, these sonic branding, right?
Yeah.
Like one person does not know what, you know, Arabic sound really is. Maybe they've seen like old movies, you know, and they kind of have an idea of like Phrygian scales, not to go deep into it. but it's also it's closer to the idea of creating a phantom nostalgia, which people are facing nowadays, right? Like Stranger Things kind of brought it.
Yeah.
So many new kids grew up. They have no idea what 80s was like. They don't even have any idea what 90s was like because they were born in 2000s, right? But that phantom nostalgia of creating, and making them feel like as if they have lived through it.
Yeah.
Especially with the music as well.
That's so cool. I didn't know it was called phantom nostalgia.
It's a
but
psychological term.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Stranger Things, so I get it. I was not there in the 80s, but yeah, watching those shows and hearing that type of music, which, the soundtrack of Stranger Things was not music from the 80s. It's made like today. So it's cool how they do that. And yeah, I think there's like a thirst for that. Like there's like a hunger for that nostalgia of like a nostalgia that a lot of us don't know. I'm
like Polaroid cameras, like
yeah,
they're
no,
back
totally, or like vinyl and cassette are like going crazy right now. So yeah, I think that there's just like a general like desire for nostalgia. I don't know why. Maybe we're like a generation that feels like we were like deprived or something. But
we always look back. Everything always comes full
for sure.
circle.
Everything is
Fashions do it,
nostalgic.
music does it, everything does.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was there in the 80s.
Cool. Did you have a bike like in Stranger Things?
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, the whole lot. Yeah, Walkman's, tapes, the whole bit. But I thought they did it very well. But look, let me go back to this for a minute because I've got something that I wanted to ask you about. It's really difficult to put across to you actually. So the UAE we're like a tech hub, right? We innovate. We're bringing lots of different people from all over the world here. As we kind of look ahead, how is the sound of the UAE going to evolve? Because I can't work out any particular direction. Maybe it's just loads of different directions. But you're in this. Is it more digital? Are we going to look for more organic? Will we be hearing more organic sounds? What do you think? What are people asking?
I told you not to ask me any scary questions. This is
I
like
know
the
it's a
worst
difficult
question
question.
ever.
I know it's a difficult one, but I just wonder because I think this place. I honestly think there's a space for everything.
I mean, yeah, there's a space for everything. It's such a hard question, and it's so hard to answer that like right now, considering what we're going through as like a nation and what's happening politically.
Is it more difficult now, do you think, to answer that at this point in time?
I think it's harder. Yeah, I think like, maybe before all of this happened, I would have said like, no, the sound is going to be like more modern and more like future thinking and more global and we're going to keep going maybe more towards like AI music and now with everything that's happened and kind of like this like switched mentality and this like whole pride around the UAE, yeah, maybe it's going to come back to a more local sound, a more rooted in the UAE sound with more local instruments. And I mean, this is a trick question. Like I can't tell you, but based off of what I'm seeing and what we're hearing from different clients, I think you could be right and things could be shifting.
Okay. What do you think of AI music?
Oh my God.
How long have you got?
I think AI is cool.
Yeah.
I think AI music is cool. I think it has a lot of potential. But I don't think we're at the point yet where it's independent. You still need someone to operate AI, and for it to do well from a music perspective, you need someone who understands music very well in order to create good AI music. Because you can go on there and say, I want a song that sounds like Michael Jackson and whatever.
Yeah.
That's so broad, if you want something that's going to sound unique and not like cookie cutter, you got to go in and know what you're talking about and know the terms and know what to ask for.
Well, AI music is the same as AI. It's only as good as the prompt.
Exactly. And I think, we're definitely at a point where, AI is amazing and we should all be using it and we should all be like figuring out how to do it. But I don't think we're at the point where it's independent and you still need the human touch, I think.
No, I agree with
Yeah.
you, but no, I have an example of this. I'm scrolling the other day, and I came across a piece of music. It was very kind of 60s soul, and I thought, oh, that sounds really good. So I listened to it, and then I'm watching the video, and I'm thinking, something's not right about this.
I know which one you're talking about.
The look was bang on. It was the smoky jazz club kind of soul singer, blues singer. And I first thought I was caught by the fact that it was something that appealed to me, and I thought, no, I quite like that. The more I listened to it, and then it struck me, this is AI. I started to dislike it because I think because I'm targeted in that way. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I don't know if it's a bad thing.
It upset me a little bit.
It upset
you?
you?
Yeah, I was like, no, I feel like I've been conned here.
I think like as a society, we're still kind of there. We're like,
we're not with it yet.
yeah,
are we?
like you
We're
see it
not.
on social media. People are like, this is AI, or this is not AI, or like, I hope this is not AI because it's like a dog flying, And it's like, I hope this is real.
Right.
But yeah, I think we're still at a point where it's like AI is kind of the enemy, or it's like we're all kind of like looking out like, is this AI? Is it real? Is it not? I think that's going to change soon. I think we're all going to kind of succumb to it and be okay with it. But I understand your frustration where you're kind of like, oh, this is such an amazing track. It's so perfect. It's amazing. And then you're like, oh no, of course it's amazing. It's too perfect to be true.
It's been designed to be like that.
Yeah.
Hence you have the Angine de Poitrine phenomenon that's going around at the moment because AI couldn't come up with something that weird.
Yeah.
Could it, I suppose? And if you've not seen Angine de Poitrine, Canadian two
They're
guys,
cool.
spacemen
They're
in polka
cool.
dot
Yep.
gear.
Yep.
But the music's, they play very well.
Yeah.
But really odd.
Yeah.
But in a good way.
Odd for this generation, amazing for the next generation.
Probably the truth. Look, I wasn't meaning to ask you difficult questions there. It's just, it's really interesting to see what you...
Yeah,
it's
but,
not something we talk about.
Sorry to interject, but, virality is always is on top of people's mind than artistry now, right?
Yeah, totally.
Because
Yeah,
local
true.
artists are also churning out music like left and right, then, they're literally competing heartlessness with heartlessness. So who's going to win?
There's a
I
statement.
mean, I agree with you, but I don't think that's new. I don't think that, artists like putting things out 24/7 and like competing with each other, like, I don't think that's new. I don't necessarily think that has anything to do with AI or anything, but it's true. Like, there is this high of like chasing the virality, but I don't know. I think just in general, like, this is going to be like a broad statement, but in general, like music industry, it is about like, what's the next thing you can put out? What's the next thing that's going to be a hit? Always reinventing yourself, never staying still, and always putting out content. And yeah, I think that's just kind of the nature of the gig,
Well, it is. Virality is the badge, isn't it?
Yeah.
That you wear
Yeah.
at any given point, I suppose.
Cloud is a substance abuse.
Sometimes Farage knocks you back, doesn't he? It's quite amazing.
Yeah.
Julie, it's been good to talk to you. Julie Hunt is Director of Partnerships at the music consultancy Massive Music. Thanks. You helped us hear the world a little bit differently.
Thank you.
Good to have you with us.
Thanks.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It is Mira Business FM. Thank you for the messages this morning. If you are interested in Scale or Fail, our podcast all about how to scale your enterprise. We were talking a little bit earlier to a gentleman who's going to be running Falcons of Majlis, which is a new kind of startup TV show. That is now up online if you want to watch that again, by the way. Thanks for the messages. Next up, SMEs are under pressure from rising costs and uncertain demand. But lots of numbers start with, I guess, the numbers that leaders are not seeing clearly, if that makes sense. Now, on Morning Drive, we often try to uncover the financial blind spots that are holding businesses back at the moment. It's been a lot of the conversation, no less so next up. Zaid Abu Baker is the founder and CEO of Compass Point Consulting, and he's here hopefully to explain where money's slipping through the cracks and what to fix fast. So a Fix It Fast audit for leaders struggling to see the full picture, and maybe even some ideas on how to plug the leaks. It's kind of what we're going to be doing, Zaid. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome. So my observation to start with would be this. Business owners in Dubai working harder than ever. It's the nature of things right now. But, cash flows are relatively stagnant, I guess, in lots of cases. The problem often isn't revenue. It's kind of financial fog obscuring where the money is actually going. The thing at the moment is it's just tough times now, isn't it? It's hard.
It is, and I think that it's caught many businesses, particularly founder-led SMEs, unaware.
Yeah.
They are not prepared for what they're facing at the moment. And you mentioned about cash being stagnant. The reason for that is founder-led businesses, SMEs, tend to want to chase revenue. And there is an adrenaline, a buzz that comes from signing new business, from winning new clients, right?
Sure, for sure.
And when we look to sort of inwardly towards ourselves, we always try to scratch that entrepreneurial itch to grow our businesses. And it's the top line, typically, that gives us the most satisfaction. But when you start to dig deep into an organization's financials, what you tend to see in a lot of cases is revenue growth, but profit doesn't keep up. So, for example, you might be growing your top line by 50%,
Right.
but your bottom line grows by 5%. And then founders who are excellent at running their businesses from a commercial perspective, being how to sell their service or their product, get surprised when they look at their bank statement 3 months down the line and they see, well, I've got all these sales, I've got all this revenue, but it's not converting to cash. And you mentioned something in your introduction about rising costs. That concept of rising costs, coupled with chasing the top line and not having a profit or a margin discipline, is what's catching a lot of SMEs out today.
Okay, so what we need to do, and I kind of mentioned this in the introduction as well, is uncover the financial blind spots. Well, let me just ask you that as a question. What are the most common financial blind spots that you're seeing now?
So the first and foremost thing is much of the financial reporting that is available to SMEs is backwards focused, i.e. you're looking in the rear view mirror all the time.
Right.
And there's this notion or perception that forward forecasting or looking at predictive financial tools that can let you see a little bit further forward are reserved for big businesses. That's not the case. There are tools out there that enable that blind spot to be tackled. And a lot of the time it's sitting down and looking a month, 2 months, 3 months forward. And the biggest piece of advice I give to founders, SME owners that work with Compass Point is put in place cash flow discipline by making sure that you sit down Monday morning, first thing, how much money is in the bank, what's going in, what's going out, and let's do that for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. So you know where you're going to land. And it's not about looking back. We're actually taking a step to look forwards here and trying to figure out what the problem's going to be, when that problem's going to arise, and then we put in place a mitigation strategy.
Do you know what? I in my mind, I'm thinking one of the things about that advice, and that's great advice, because if you're on top of the money, then you're on top of the business. I mean, clearly that's where you need to be. Why else are you in business? But I would contend that for a lot of founders, it's pretty scary looking at the bank account a lot of the time. I mean, that has to be it, surely.
It is, and it's, I tell this story during new business proposal meetings quite a lot of the time.
Right.
I spent 20 plus years as a finance director, CFO, financial controller. and in corporates. And I would always say that if someone saw me walking down the corridor, they would turn around and run in the other direction. Right? So it was always a case of, let's move in the opposite way to where the finance guy's coming from, because he's going to come and ask me about my expenses or cut this or cut that. And that's the wrong perception in my mind, because what Compass Point, what I've tried to build, what me and my colleagues and my co-founder are trying to build in terms of this organization is a business partner. You don't have to be afraid of the numbers. You just have to be willing to sit down and look at it. Because yes, it can be intimidating, and yes, there is some fear and some trepidation that people sort of approach their financials with. But we can unpick that. We can figure it out.
Well, we can. Do you know what? Actually, last week we had the CFO of our whole company on. I
saw it.
Yeah, and I just thought, how am I going to approach this interview? So I was just really nice to him. Because he signs the checks, obviously. But no, I understand that. But part of this is that kind of sentiment and that kind of mindset, isn't it? I mean, we talk to a lot of business owners on Mira Business FM, right? And they'll say the business is profitable, and yet at the end of the month they're stressed about payroll. Profitable on the P&L and broken the bank kind of thing. What is it that? Why do people not take the advice? Why do so many businesses struggle with cash flow, despite the fact that revenues are often pretty steady?
So in the GCC, there is a tendency for businesses to struggle with receiving payments. One of the biggest challenges that we face here is that most companies that you deal with will want to pay you based on terms. And that could be 30 days, 60 days,
90,
and now we're seeing 90, and then 90 becomes 100, and 100 becomes 120, and so on. And they don't really know how to deal with it. And I tell you, what I see most often is the founder, the CEO, the principal, doesn't want to have that conversation with the client because they feel like having a tough conversation with the client is going to damage the relationship, is going to, the client may turn around and say, hey, you know what? Not happy with getting paid on 90 days? I'll find someone who is.
Yeah, okay.
And that, if I kind of call it a sort of a division between the management of a relationship with a client versus what a finance person or a fractional CFO should be doing, is taking that off your plate and allowing you to run your business. And it's almost a little bit of good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that that's something I get asked to do quite a lot, is go make a nuisance of yourself, Zaid. Go try and get this debt collected. And I'm happy to do that because that's my role.
How do you approach that then? When you go and sit with a client who is maybe difficult, extending the credit terms beyond what's reasonable, because that person may have the same problem.
Yes. And I think that you have to cater your strategy depending on who's across the table from you. If you're dealing with a multinational corporate that has a policy internally which says we just pay people on terms, 60 days, 90 days, and you'll get paid, there's often not a lot you can do about it, because if you want to do business with that big MNC, that's the cost of doing business.
Right.
But if you're working with independent businesses, there is a way to try and negotiate. So could I give you 5% off if you pay me within 15 days? Could that be an early settlement discount? What about if you pay me 50% in advance and 50% when you're happy on completion? That helps my cash flow and it helps you because you're not fully committed to the cost before you've seen what I can deliver. When it's government clients, that's a totally different strategy that has to be employed, particularly the government clients in Saudi Arabia, where they are somewhat handcuffed by internal procurement laws, where you have to navigate through many, many portals and procurement legislation and try to get sort of things ticked off all the way. And this, again, is something that founders, SME owners get really excited. They say, oh, Ministry of ABC is going to give me $1 million dirham contract or $1 million Saudi Riyal contract. Wow, amazing. But 6 months later, haven't been paid. And the reason they haven't been paid isn't because the ministry doesn't want to pay them. It's because they haven't followed the process. they haven't done the registrations, they haven't gone through the actual mechanics of what's required.
Procurement portals are pretty hard to navigate, let's be honest.
Yeah, you need to know what you're doing.
You really do, yeah. I have to admit, I've struggled with one a lot recently. It's pretty tough. Okay, so but it is how you approach it, and there are ways that you can offer. You can kind of incentivize, is basically what you're saying. If it, not with through portals, but when you're, credit control is a really tough aspect of business, but incentivization is one way of doing it.
I think so, and I think the other way of doing it is making sure that you have good relationships.
Yeah.
We're in a people-oriented environment where people are doing business with people. So if you are taking on a new client, one of the things I always advocate for is have a client onboarding form. And on that form, make sure that you've asked, who is my finance contact? Who is my payables contact? And get in touch with that person at the outset. Hi, this is me. I'm going to be sending you an invoice on a monthly basis. If there are challenges, please get in touch with me. And you have a counterparty to then go to. Much of the time what happens is you rush, you onboard business, get to the end of the month. I don't even have the tax registration number. I don't even know what their VAT number is. Oh, now I'm 5 days delayed with sending them an invoice. Who do I send the invoice to? It's just about having a little bit of upfront discipline in collecting information and making sure that when you have completed your work, you know who to send that invoice to as well.
And the other side is as well, I suppose. You have procedures in place, you have processes in place. You have it's almost an attitude, isn't it, to business? That's a real bonus, I guess. If an SME owner has, say, a 10% leak in their margins, Zaid, where is it usually hiding? Is it in procurement? Is it unoptimized payroll? Is it dead inventory?
So quite often it's sitting in a lack of understanding of where profit's coming from. So what I mean by that is I notice quite a lot businesses have many streams to their revenue. So they could have several products, several services, different variations of those services or products, and they bundle everything together as one line called revenue and one line called profit. But if I don't know which ones of those services are making me 30% margin and which ones of those are at minus 5% margin, I'm unable to then pick out which of my customers are profitable and which ones are loss-making. And that's really where the biggest leaks come, particularly in service-led businesses. Service-led businesses, what tends to happen is a concept that I refer to as over-servicing. So you bring on a client who's paying you, for argument's sake, 1,000, but you're actually delivering to them 2,000 worth of service repeatedly month over month over month. And then you look at your bottom line and you're wondering where my margin leak is. Well, my margin leak is because I'm having to pay somebody to over-service them. Or I'm having to pay to bring in a product via air freight to get it to my end customer, and it's eroding my margin, but I'm not really seeing that because I can't see the different components of what it takes to deliver that service or that product. So that is where I see a lot of SME type businesses struggle. It's just a lack of knowing where the profit and loss is coming from.
You've got to have a view on everything in your business, haven't you? You've really got to have control. I mean, one of the things I wanted to ask you this morning is it's really all about that and knowing where you're going. Because if you're weak from a forecasting perspective, that's going to show up in day-to-day operations and affect decision making, isn't it?
It has to, 100%. And again, I think that this comes down to the attitude that you take towards running your business. So there are some that will say, okay, it's November 2026. I'm now going to budget for 2027. I'm going to spend 3 weeks doing a budget, and then that's the end of the story. That's my forecast and budget done. Those types of businesses, if you imagine someone that did that in November of 25, by the time they've got to March of 2026, it's all out the window. There are those assumptions that they are making decisions on are no longer valid. So the best way to try and get forecasting to help you run your business, in my opinion, is to have it done on a rolling 12-month basis. So you're not looking at calendar year, you're always looking 12 months into the future. And it sounds like a really hard thing to do, but it's not, because once you get into that rhythm where, okay, we're on today towards the end of April, we'll close our April books, we'll now look at a forecast from May to April 2027. Then you do it the next month and the next month. And once you're in that rhythm and it takes you half an hour to update it if you have the right tools in place, you're then making data-driven decisions every month because you're up to date and you're live and you're taking into consideration what's happening around you, as opposed to, well, you know, I made that assumption 7 months ago and now I'm still trying to run my business based on that assumption. It's never going to pan out for you.
Yeah, so you get your head out of the sand.
Indeed.
Yes, okay. That was very politely put. Look, we all have, in our daily lives, we've all got subscriptions or software or retainer fees, whatever it is that we've forgotten about. You know, that's normal. That's just a part of kind of modern day convenience living, I suppose. It's the same in business, isn't it? How do you advise a CEO to conduct an audit of their expenses, a zombie audit perhaps, without disrupting operations?
I actually, probably an unpopular view, but what I did, and it's a real life example, is we took the bank statement of a business that's turning over 15, 16 million dirhams a year.
Okay.
And everything is linked to the CEO's credit card, personal HSBC card, that gets debited for every subscription that you could possibly imagine.
Right.
On a monthly basis. And we tried for a couple of months to get some focus on this. And in the end, I said, look, I'm going to take an action here. You may not like it, but actually, I think this is going to help you. And we got his PA to call up HSBC and cancel the card. So every direct debit, every standing order that was sitting on that card was then going to bounce. And I said, if anyone screams that their subscription got switched off, we'll relife it, we'll put it back on because we know it's being used. And for all the other ones, you'll know that no one was using them anyway.
Okay.
And it saved $56,000 a year in expenses in random subscriptions for all sorts of things that were not needed.
Like what kinds of things?
So things like a subscription tool that checks people's grammar on an email before it gets sent, subscription tools for social monitoring and sentiment analysis, subscriptions for premium tools for video editing when they were not doing any video work, all sorts of stuff, just randomly sitting there. And
so no screams in that office?
Well, there were a few.
Or fewer.
Fewer.
Than you.
Yeah, fewer. And the ones that got put back on were the ones that you would expect people to ask for. Oh, you know, my ChatGPT Pro stopped working. All right, we'll put it back on. You know, this stopped working. Right, we'll put it back on.
Right.
But sometimes it's just as simple as somebody coming in with a third-party view. And as a fractional CFO, the benefit that I have is, you know, I don't need to be friends with anybody at the end of the day because I'm a fractional CFO. I can go into that business. I can say to everybody, my role here is as an independent. I am here to do a job, and I don't need to get involved in office politics and you know, anything to do with the ins and outs of how things run on a day-to-day basis. I'm just simply here to do this particular task and go in and do that. Sometimes that actually builds a better relationship because they're like, oh, this guy's really interested in doing the right thing for our business. He's not just here to consult and advise, he's actually here to do something and action it. So you end up kind of getting a positive impact from taking, you know, sometimes a meaningful step.
See, that's interesting. That's kind of counterintuitive, but I see what you mean. Okay. So that's $56,000 a year. That's a major saving.
Indeed.
That's certainly a salary or two, or I mean, it's a huge amount of money, based on real data as well. So if you walk into a struggling SME today, what's the first thing you ask? What's the first piece of data you would ask to see? Is there one metric that tells you more about the business's health than any other?
I actually take a slightly different approach.
Okay.
What I've learned over the course of the last couple of years is doing a big investment in the pre-engagement phase with any client pays off in spades. So the first thing I would do is sit down with the most senior person, whether that's the CEO or the founder or shareholder, and I would just hear them out. What is keeping you awake at night? Where are you struggling? Now, don't tell me about your life story, tell me about the numbers and the financials, but where is it that it hurts? What's the challenge? And we then go in and do something called, for lack of a better expression, a diagnostic. It's simply, okay, you told me that these 3 or 4 things are really problematic. So I'll give you another example. I sat with a founder of a business last week, and they said to me, the biggest thing keeping me awake at night, biggest challenge is I don't know where everything that I'm purchasing in terms of inventory is going. There are gaps in the system. And so our first port of call in that case would be, all right, you have an ERP, you have a barcoding system here, where's the gap? What's the leak? To use your expression. So we would always listen to the founder, listen to the CEO, and then try to identify where we can help. Because in our line of work, you've got to go in fast and hard and make a difference. And when a founder or a CEO or a business owner can see that you've gone in and immediately been able to make an impact and solve a problem, you go to the next one and the next one. And that typically is what we look for. And it's no single KPI or no single metric. It depends business to business. But you hit on it first up this morning. The majority of the challenges we see right now is cash.
Yeah, well, it just seems, I mean, we talked to a lot of people, and that's kind of been, it's almost a mantra at the moment, you know. Lots of founders try to be their own CFO, and naturally that's the case. I know I see the raised eyebrows. Until you get to like a certain size,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So at what point does doing it yourself start costing you more in opportunity cost than hiring, you know, the right person for that role? An expert.
I'm very biased in that opinion.
Yeah, you should be.
So I would say you should never be your own CFO, because if your skill set is being charismatic, visionary, coming up with new ideas, services, building relationships, networking, selling, go do that. Why spend your time worrying about the numbers? Give that to somebody else to do, because immediately there's an opportunity cost. And that's something that I say, or see rather, a lot. It's, right, I'm going to spend X number of hours doing financial related things. But that's at the cost of going and pitching some business or going and doing something more value additive that you can do in the business. So I would say almost immediately. But if you're asking for specific size and scale, what I see today is any business that's doing somewhere between about 1.5 million, 2 million dirhams in turnover, up to about 30 or 40 million in turnover, is not in need of a full-time CFO, because the business isn't at the scale. So a fractional CFO would work for you. Once you start to tip that and you go sort of over that 40 million dirham mark, $10 million mark, you're typically going to have 30, 40 employees. At that point, you probably start to think about, well, maybe I need a full-time in-house option. But our clients are sometimes a bit bigger than that as well, and the fractional model still works for them. It all depends on the nature of the business. But I would say, don't play to your strengths. You know, do the things where you can add the most value to the business. And if financials and numbers and forecasting and budgeting isn't your bag, you don't enjoy that stuff, you don't like it, let someone else get it done for you.
It's all good common sense stuff. We're a little bit short on time. Actually, we're running slightly over time. I'm going to push it a little bit. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions just before the news.
Sure.
Looking ahead, what financial habits are going to separate, this is the word of the moment, resilient SMEs from those that may struggle?
So I think the ones that will do best, and I sort of add to this that I've been in the UAE a very long time. I've seen it bounce several times over, and I have no reason to believe it won't do so again. But the businesses that will be resilient enough to take advantage of that bounce are those that practice data-driven discipline. Because if you are a founder that's making decisions and you're like, well, I feel like that's the right decision, instinctively I think that's the right answer, it's not going to work, because you have to have the information at hand to make the best decision available. And if you're data-driven, disciplined about the way that you operate, you're going to end up doing better than the person who doesn't.
The last thing, and I want to squeeze this in quickly. They're all looking at me now, so I know I need to go to the news. But I came across this quotation online, and it's attributed to you, and I really liked it, and I wanted to mention it this morning. I don't know if you said it or not, but you can confirm or deny.
Okay.
Most SMEs don't fail because they have a bad product. They fail because they have a leaky bucket.
Yep,
Is that you? This is you.
it is.
And I really like the bucket analogy. I just wanted you to finish that off, if you would.
Sure. So I think that the place it came from was people spend so much time trying to pour water and fill up their bucket with new business.
Yeah.
Prospects, leads, top of the sales funnel, as much as they can do in terms of generation of new business. But then they forget about it. They pour into the top of it, and then they say, well, okay, but then what's the cost to service that? Am I hiring this person? Is it the right hire? Are they at the right level? Are they fully utilized? It's just leaks all the way through.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is people have this tendency, and I say it again, to have a kind of adrenaline hit of winning new business. And listen, I'm no different to the next person. I like to win, right? And everybody likes to win. But you have to have the discipline to say, you know what, at that price, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. And if your bucket's got holes in it, you're never going to fill it, are you?
Absolutely
There
right.
you go. Okay, SME Financial Fragility on the Morning Drive. Zaid Abu Baker is the founder and CEO of Compass Point Consulting. Zaid, it's been good to talk to you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
This is the Morning Drive. Supercars, hypercars, automotive stuff. Luxury brakes is next at Mira Business FM. This time, the new super hypercar from BYD. This is a 1,000 brake horsepower supercar. It's known, or will be known, as the Denza Z. Chinese company Dreamy have just unveiled their most futuristic project yet in San Francisco, I believe. It's an aerospace tech twin rocket engine car that will have, and I quote, Jacek, our guest, is looking at me, the fastest acceleration on the planet. Last week, here's another story. In one newspaper, EVs are rising, we all want EVs, and then I think it was the next day or the day after that, another newspaper, EVs, nobody wants them. So I don't know where we are, but we'll look at that as well. Jacek Ziamek is from X Motors. Nice to see you.
Hello.
You're laughing already when I talk about
lying?
rocket cars.
Who's lying?
Laughing.
Who's lying about the EVs?
Who would have thought that, eh? I don't know what's going on. One newspaper was talking about, we all want them and it's going really well, and the other, we don't. We'll come to that. I wanted to start with the Denza Z. Have you heard about this?
No. I've heard about it.
There are two versions. It's going to be a convertible as well, and it's coming out in July, international markets. Looks amazing. It's going to be out at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in the UK. That's the launch.
Okay.
But it's been seen at the Beijing Auto Show. But 1,000 brake horsepower.
I want to see the crowd reaction on this car in the Goodwood.
You will see it running around the track, apparently. 0 to 62 miles an hour, so 0 to 100 kilometers an hour, less than 2 seconds. So there you are. I mean, I'm just giving you the stats. I know it doesn't impress you. Don't impress you much.
They can shoot you from the cannon, right?
They could. Yeah, exactly right. But it's an amazing thing. But do you know what I'm interested in with this is because more than the car, because there are 1,000,001 Chinese EV supercars coming, and it's fine, and it's an achievement, and I understand that. But it's the charging tech that I'm interested in particular, and this has charging tech. Fancy suspension known as Intelligent Magnetorheological Body Control System. That's the suspension.
Whatever it means.
No idea what that means. But they've got flash charging, which is 1,500 kilowatt charging. What that may mean is...
How safe it is.
How safe it is, I know, but 10 to 70% in 5 minutes and 97%, so almost full, in 9 minutes, under 10 minutes to charge the car. They think 600 kilometers of range.
For sure it will come. For sure it will come.
So that's interesting.
But okay, different thing. It's completely out of most people's mind.
Okay.
But when I'm driving on a highway,
Yeah.
200 per hour, okay?
On a German
150,
autobahn.
let's say, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Or somewhere in the desert, 150 miles per hour. For how long that battery lasts?
It's a good point. Yeah. If you're driving 150 kilometers an hour, and I'm not saying you should, and I'm not condoning that kind of behavior.
It's beautiful for 0 100 100 to 200, okay?
Yeah.
But try to keep this speed.
True, yeah, that's true. But let's just say you could. It's 4 hours.
In this matter, there is no choice than the good turbocharged diesel engine. Huge diesel engine.
Yeah, I had the feeling you were going there. But I mean, I think that's interesting. Just in terms of charging technology and where we are at the moment, we're nowhere near that,
we
don't have
somewhere the same place like we were in the mobile phones when some airlines banned Samsung mobiles because they were exploding without a reason.
That was a while ago. You're never going to let that go, are you?
Did you try to understand why, for example, there is a problem with the Chinese cars in Europe? They don't have a homologation, some of the models, because they are too weak in safety matters. They are in a... Okay, it's also the thing we discussed about the G63, right? Mm-hmm. Because European Union is careful, okay, about anything. Many
that's
things.
true. That's true.
But still, if you don't have a proper brakes, if you don't have a proper suspension, whatever it means, okay, it doesn't mean the car is comfortable.
True.
Car should be safe on the corners, right?
Yeah.
In a unpredictable situation, not only comfortable. They showing you the movie where the Audi and the Mercedes just jumping, and then the Chinese, who knows how to pronounce the name, car is completely smooth on the same surface.
Oh, I've seen those videos.
Yeah.
Where there's those like 50 speed bumps and you go over them at speed. Yeah, I've seen those. I always think they're AI. I never
I don't
believed
know
them.
it's an AI because it's you can show whatever you want when you prepare the test in a proper way.
Yeah.
If you want to achieve some result, what's the problem?
Do you know, this is a complete aside, but there are lots of videos online of crash tests, and they'll use actual vehicles to test them, and that's a good idea. We need to be concerned about safety, of course. But I do question, I was watching one the other day, and it was a huge articulated truck, serious truck, driving at different cars parked in front of a brick wall at a certain speed. There were all kinds of cars. There was some really, really expensive vehicles on there. A Bugatti, I think it was a Chiron that they crashed into. It did occur to me.
Try to catch Chiron.
Well, yeah, first of all, that's very unlikely because it wouldn't be around by the time you get there in your truck. But that's a very, very expensive test. So I'm wondering if those are AI derived. Do you think so? Is there any reality to that?
I'm swiping to another news when I see such videos because
There's one more thing about the Denza Z, which comes out in the summer, and I think this is interesting.
This is interesting alternative for the most of the sport cars from the popular market, I think.
No, there's something else. I got another statistic for you. This is cold weather performance, which is an issue with some electric vehicles. Okay, if you lived in in Scandinavia, in a colder location, it's starting a car and whether electric vehicles can handle cold weather. -30. And charging in cold weather is a different situation as well. At -30 and above, they are saying the Denza Z will charge from 20 to 97% in 12 minutes. So not much longer than a more normal temperature as well. So I think that's an advancement in technology. It's just worth mentioning. I wonder if the truth that has to be tested. But there you are. Another story I wanted to ask you about. I just noticed this week. This is a Chinese company called Dreamy, Dream with an E on the end. They've arrived in San Francisco. It's a 4-day tech conference that they hosted. It was called Dreamy Next, right? They've just unveiled their most futuristic project yet. It is an aerospace tech-powered twin rocket engine, and it's gonna be part of the boost for the next
It
EV.
sounds like a scenario for the new
really
Superman movie.
When I give you the stats, there's never a truer word, right? The company says the car, which will be able to launch from 0 to 60 miles per hour, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 0.9 seconds, okay, will have the fastest acceleration on the planet. Lightning in motion, I think, is their tagline.
Okay, what for?
Less than a second.
What
well,
for?
I know. Look, I'm just giving you stats. I'm not sure what that means. I suppose if you're really stuck, you need to
It's the
get
same
somewhere.
idea, like the guys are building
Fantastic.
the highest, let's say, Lego bridge or I don't know, other ridiculous ideas.
True.
Just to burn the money.
I guess it's a frontier, isn't it? It's something you want to
Okay,
knock
but
down. You
if
can
we're
do
talking
it.
about the batteries, EVs and everything, and I see in this case you don't have any relation to the automotive, okay?
Yes, I get you. I know. I thought that would be your objection.
How you want to use the rocket engine in the automotive?
Well, maybe you're being threatened and you have to get away really fast.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's just that the scientific boundary that was there.
Yeah, just
That
burning the
was
money.
the limit. But now we've worked out ways of doing it. So, taking the tech forward is the thing. Do you know what I liked, though? Dreamy says this is not merely a car. This is a mobility robot. That's what they're calling it. So there's loads of jargon that's being used here.
Maybe they calculated that spending the money on it and to make them fame, to make a fame all around the world, give them more money than they spend on a project. Maybe just a business.
Well, it is. I mean, Dreamy are a different business. They're like a home tech business, and they're moving into EVs. So there's that side of it. Because if you look at what they're trying to do with the car, the vehicle, the actual car itself is going to be controlled by a central brain. And then there are going to be these other brains, I know what you're thinking, that manage the cockpit, manage the chassis, manage the powertrain. And then that comes together into the central brain. That's the idea. I know.
This is how it works already.
Well, it is, but they're doing it with, a computer controlled brain, and it kind of delegates to the other bits. There you are.
Unnecessary complication.
It could well be, but it's going to hit the market, I think, second half of 2027. So, there'll be a market.
We'll
for
see.
it. We'll see. That was one thing. So let's just go quickly to the fall and rise of EVs, because I want to talk about your experience in a car over this week. You were talking about that just now. Local media reporting, petrol prices up sharply in April, of course, and this month as well, due to the conflict. Inquiries inquiries into hybrid and electric vehicles have steadily risen over the course of the conflict as consumers are looking for cost-friendly alternatives. Abhinav, from Cars24, who was with us 3 weeks ago on this program, he was quoted this was Khalij Times, in the Dubai market, dealers saw a 30% increase in inquiries as a result of higher fuel prices. Okay, so people are interested.
I see the hope.
For obvious reasons.
I see the hope for me. The V8 and V12 would be cheaper. It's an opportunity to buy a good car.
See, there's always something to smile about.
Of course.
So that's interesting. So that's Khalij Times this week. A little bit before that, a couple of days before that, I was reading an article in The National. Gautam Sharma, who's a motoring journalist, the headline, "Is the electric car surge losing momentum in the UAE?" Now, while charging infrastructure is expanding, data is showing that EV adoption is slower than expected. I don't know where we are with this.
I was considering a couple times to buy the EV. Okay,
I know you were, yeah.
But it has no sense if I don't have a charger at home in a basement parking in the building. It has no sense.
That's a difficult thing to overcome. That's hard.
Nearby there is an ADNOC station with 12 powerful chargers.
Yeah,
they are there since 2023, build up, and nothing is going on. Nobody start them. So there are some regulations which are stopping this one, all this process.
Okay, so those chargers are not operational yet?
No.
Right,
no.
Okay. Is that demand? Is that regulation?
I don't know. Maybe there is some regulation which they didn't fulfill. Maybe there is a big queue. I don't know. But you see the powerful chargers staying and good location. Nobody's using them. It's not started yet for the 2 years, 3 years.
Okay.
So if imagine you're going to the RTA, DIWA, and telling them, okay, I need to have a charger at home. Okay, share your tenancy agreement, location, get an NOC. Yep. From your building, or we will do it for you. Those are the charges. Within 1 month, you will receive it.
Yeah,
that's not a problem. Okay.
Yeah,
let's go buy the Tesla.
Yeah. Okay.
Or any, like I say, the car, which name I cannot pronounce.
Do you know? But this is the situation, is it? My dad got a hybrid in the UK, right? It's a Toyota hybrid, and they've got dealerships all over the country, and they work with small companies that come and install the charging at your house, and that generally is. But I mean, that's a network that has to grow over time, and I suppose that's a network that we're going to see more and more of. Surely,
we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. It's hard to say, really.
I love it when you're here. It's like,
yeah, because what I can say. See what is real.
Yeah, true. And also, it's for you, it's much more about the experience of the drive and the experience of the car, isn't it? And that's what I want to talk to you about next, because you've been driving, is it this year's G63?
2023. 2025,
This
sorry.
is 2025.
Yeah.
Why, first of all, have you been driving around in that?
Now,
Why?
we have a companies also in Abu Dhabi, so in this week I had some things to do there, and going up and down almost every day,
Okay.
and also Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah. So I took this car
Mhm.
because my BM was on a service, and that's what is going on. The car is trying to pull the steering wheel instead of you. Okay, I have a similar system in BM, but not so aggressive.
Right.
And then it's you hear a sound. What's going on? What is wrong? What's wrong? Is the engine, check engine, or I don't know? I lose the pressure? No, you just crossed the speed limit for 5 kilometers per hour. Be alert.
Okay. So the car is reading the
Yeah, it's
highway
common for the
signs.
years
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
But the new innovation, let's say new, for maybe 1 year, it's if you didn't do anything, the car is trying to follow the sign.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't try to pass other cars when was this logo on a dashboard is not allowed to pass. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to try. Do I need to fight with the steering wheel, and will it stop me? From other thing, how stupid is the electronics there, and not suitable for this kind of no aerodynamics, because it was a G63,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
When you set the limit, sometimes when I'm going on a highway, I'm not using the cruise control because it's useless here. In most cases, in any country, it's useless. Maybe in Germany it works, when people keep a proper distance. When you turn on the cruise control with the radar system, the guys are going on your lane and the car is slowing down. So it has no sense. So I'm setting the limit like 140, right? And going 140.
Yeah.
But it's not 140. The car is very accurate in making me ride in following the speed limit. But if I will set the speed limit 140, sometimes it's going 142, 143. So it's easy to catch the fine in Abu Dhabi, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So from one side, it's following all the regulations. From other side, the systems are completely not accurate.
Okay, now that makes sense. And the
This has no
frustration,
sense.
well, you make sense. That doesn't make sense. But the frustration is you can't control that. These are default.
No,
settings.
you're starting the car.
Yeah,
and
that's what happens.
First,
Yeah.
fasten the seatbelt,
Mm-hmm.
turn off the sign recognition, turn off all the system, which are, I think, 5, 6, 7 clicks, and then you can go.
Yeah. Okay.
But the problem is, if you're going from Dubai, Abu Dhabi, it's 150 kilometers, isn't the problem? With once per 2 hours. But if you starting your car 10, 15 times in a day, and you have to do this procedure, starting procedure, like you are the Elon Musk guys going to the Mars, it has no sense.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Look, I get annoyed with my.
And it's not related to the Mercedes. All the brand new cars
It's all
are very-
cars
yeah.
that do that. No, my car cuts out when I come to a halt in traffic and automatically cuts out to save fuel. And the only way I can get rid of that is to turn it off. It's on by default. And I'm not sure that it's doing any good. How
I
much
remember
fuel is
there
it
was a
really saving?
tunnel near Deira, and I was driving those days X7. It has automatic driving system. You have to keep your hands on the steering wheel, but the car is following the lane, okay? And there was some, I don't know, problem with the lines on the lanes near Deira. The car almost collapsed, okay? Was trying to turn immediately. So from one side, they're giving you something which is safe, which can save the people's lives and something like this. And in real world, is useless, is dangerous, in my opinion.
Well, but yeah, potentially. I mean, it can be. I mean, there's the other thing, and we talked about this briefly before we came on air. Is if you're driving a car that recognises road signs, but there is leeway in the speed limit, it will automatically slow to 120 when the speed limit is actually 140. Or, it will adjust.
It's specific for Dubai and the Emirates.
In Dubai. I mean, but there are variances across lots of different territories. But these cars don't account for that. The systems don't account for that, do they?
It's
Generally.
It's the stupidity of the people who created the things years ago. Okay,
Yeah, well, perhaps. What was the car about?
you
apart
should
from
be
that?
responsible for yourself, right? If it's 100 limit, okay, and in a moment when the car crossed the limit, should they find the car or me?
No, that's true. I know, I agree with you. Well, there are going to be court cases about that where, no, it's the car's fault.
Sir, it wasn't me. It
wasn't me, it was the
officer.
car.
It wasn't me. It was him.
I have a dreamy car. There's a brain in my car. You have to talk to the car, not
they
me.
created the brain, called the inventor of the brain.
No, it's a fair point. But does this? I mean, what did you think of the car? First of all, did you enjoy driving the car? Do you like driving the car?
The comfort is this. Okay,
People
as I
swear
said,
by the G
okay.
wagons.
The G is a kind of statement, right?
Sure.
So you accept this aerodynamic of the carton of milk. You accept this annoying sound of the wind when you're crossing 100 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
It's powerful, but in real world, it's not, because there are competitors like Urus, XM, X5, X6, RSQ8 are faster. Maybe it sounds good because the specific kind of exhaust, but it's just, like I said, it's a toy rather than a car.
Okay. So not your choice.
Not my choice, but it's the universal car for someone who wants to have a good car in the UAE.
Okay. So that's what the G wagon is.
Yeah.
Does the fact that these systems grate on you, they annoyed you so much, would that stop you from buying one?
It should be possible to configure. I'm going to the service or I'm collecting the brand new car and tell them, guys, turn it off, turn it on, okay, make it like this. If I will feel better with this one, I will turn it on. Don't make it difficult.
Yeah.
And as I told you, I went to BM and Mini showroom. We were together with my wife and we were discussing about getting a brand new Mini and brand new BM. And I spoke with the guys there and they told me, sir, but it's not possible to turn it off.
Yeah, these are all default settings.
And I asked this guy, what should I do? Go buy the used J63, old one, or E63, the real car, okay?
Oh dear, you are very particular, of course. But you know, it's a different thing for you than it is to most people, and I'll come back to that point every time. You know, it's the driving experience, isn't it, for you? That's the first thing.
If you are a petrol head, you like to drive, yes. Try to understand how, as a horse rider enthusiast, you will feel on the artificial horse robot. And it will never hear where you want to go.
No, this is true. But I go back to Westworld. There are artificial horses in Westworld as well. So maybe we'll get there at some point. I don't know. Always good to talk to you. That's another edition of Luxury Breaks. Our guest, as always.
You forgot about the brand new Puro Sangue.
Oh, do you know, let's just mention that before we go. Let's steal a couple of minutes. Tell me about it. This is Ferrari's SUV, isn't it?
Handling Speciale.
Yeah, okay.
Mostly they didn't change a lot, but they said they made it bit more aggressive and more like we want to have a cars, like we discussed. It's a completely opposite this G63. The car which still has a SUV kind of car, giving you the pleasure of driving.
It's a nice looking vehicle, I have to say.
Nice looking vehicle, it's one thing.
I've not been in one.
Sometimes you're not buying the Ferrari because of the look or the statement.
True.
You're buying to have a pleasure of driving, and it's, honestly speaking, uncomparable. Whatever you say.
You've not driven one yet, but will you?
No, the new one, no. But
no,
the
obviously,
Puro Sangue, yes, of course.
You've driven the Puro Sangue?
Yeah.
Right.
It gives you the pleasure of driving.
And
Whatever you say. Maybe there are more powerful cars. Maybe there are bigger cars, more comfortable. But this one is for the car for the driver.
Okay, and the Speciale is
It's
that
more even.
multiplied.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They keep the same power, but there were discussions that the Ferrari has a plan to apply also V8 turbocharged engine, but still it's a V12.
Okay.
So it's a dinosaur.
Are you bringing a couple? Have you got? Are there any on order? Are there going to be any?
We will
at
have
your-
it
your
for sure.
showroom?
We will have it for sure, but they announced the car, so probably the availability will be next year
All right then.
or end of this year.
Jacek Ziemek is from X Motors. They're in Al Quoz here in Dubai. It's always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. Running a small business in Dubai is tough. It's particularly tough at the moment, but there is support in the right communities. From connections to real opportunities, they are essential networks. So, Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, and that's the British Chamber of Commerce Dubai. And she's here to talk about how groups like hers are helping SMEs stay afloat and grow. It's good to meet you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. Let's get rid of a couple of notions to start with. A Chamber of Commerce used to be kind of a quite formal luncheon type place, swapping the business cards, shaking hands. 2026, it's not really that anymore, is it? It's kind of shifted. It's almost more, and at the moment, I suppose this is particularly true, it's more of a crisis response tool, isn't it?
Well, it's all things to all people.
Right.
I mean, everything you've said is covered. So as a chamber, those that have been in Dubai for long enough will remember the BBG. So we started as the British Business Group,
Yep.
working very closely with the British Embassy and the Department for Business and Trade. We're actually based on the embassy and have a very, very strong relationship. So we're a membership organisation, been in existence now for 39 years. And through that time, through various changes of boards and business teams, chairpersons, the flavour and the nature of what we provide has changed slightly. But in the fundamental is that we support businesses that are British, that support British brands. Largely, 60% of our membership are actually owner-managed businesses.
Okay.
But we also have at our membership universities, chartered institutes, the banks, accountancy firms, law firms, construction companies. It's
pretty wide, isn't it?
It's 29 sectors, so I'm a very proud generalist.
Okay. Well, that's good, because that's the only way I can do this job, to be honest. It's not. Is it just British firms? How does the membership work?
So we're very reflective of the amazing culture that we have here in Dubai. So predominantly there must be a British nexus. So either that's your British passport, or you were educated in the UK, or you're supporting British brands.
Okay, I'm with you. So how does the diversity of your membership, and it is pretty broad if you've got 29 particular areas, how does that help businesses here? Do you get kind of cross-pollination between, I don't know, a UK-based tech startup maybe, who can help a logistics firm, if there's a supply chain spike, that kind of thing?
Absolutely. Yeah. With a full ecosystem.
Yeah.
So majority of our members are based here already in the UAE. Some of our members have been here for 40 years and have been members for almost that entire length of time, because they see this as an opportunity for building their network, which is their net worth. So they have their chosen partners, but also where the opportunity is where you've got UK companies coming through, either from their local British chambers in the UK or anywhere else around the world. They come to Dubai, they come to Abu Dhabi, they come to Ras Al Khaimah, and they're on a trade mission and they're wanting to meet, the local company set up, a lawyer, someone to advise them on what school to go to. So throughout the year, we actually host over 80 events throughout the year. So that can be 2 or 3 a week. And the format of those are, as I said, kind of to please everybody. Anything from informal networking at a breakfast, an evening, because obviously some people prefer the mornings to the evenings. And then we also have business briefings, which can attract about 150 senior delegates. And that will be focused on either, it could be the construction sector, it could be changes in the employment law, it could be healthcare, could be education, and a lot on well-being, because a lot of our annual partners are actually focused in the healthcare sector.
Okay. I just went to my notes there because I liked network is net worth. So I'm going to steal that, if you don't mind.
Please.
In the future. What are the benefits of an association like BCCD? If I'm a bakery or a consultancy, how does being part of an organization like this help me? I mean, particularly, I'm thinking about now because times are tough at the moment.
So something that I'm extremely proud of, and we have an incredible business team that really gets to know everybody in the membership.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a secret sales team. So through the onboarding process, a company that registers their interest, they'll speak to one of the membership managers and they'll straight away be kind of locked into this Rolodeck of contacts. So a company could come to us to say, we don't even know where to start. And straight away through that individualization, we can work out, oh, you need to speak to this person, oh, you're a good fit for that company, or have you considered that you might need cybersecurity, local advice rather than using your UK partner. So it's this full suite of a proposition that we provide, but we're built very much on reciprocity. So the most active, most successful members are those that come to a networking event, not for what's in it for me, but actually how can I help somebody else?
Yeah,
and that's,
okay.
I mean, personally, I'm a serial connector. I really love connecting people, and that's really the culture that we've been able to grow within the British Chamber.
It's a really useful thing, isn't it? So it's kind of we would hopefully encourage kind of a pay it forward
Absolutely.
kind of ethos.
Yeah.
Okay. Business isn't just about the bottom line. It's not just about figures. It's about people. How does the network use that? Use what it has to help the human side of things, because that's something that is also key at the moment. Things like, I don't know, keeping staff morale up, or dealing with office stress, or just the pressures of the day to day.
Yeah, and as you say, particularly now, so
It is, yeah,
communication and connectivity and community, just happen to all begin with C, are really, really key. So I was fortunate enough to be involved in the Chamber through the pandemic. So as we know, nobody could have prepared for what really has happened in the last few weeks, but there are similarities to when we went through the pandemic. So businesses were really struggling at that point too. So we kind of brushed off the handbook of what worked well there. And it was the consistency and clarity of communication. So we were able to amplify messages coming from the British Embassy. We were able to help with their collation of information about residents and what the sentiment was. And we also worked really closely to help those tourists, the British tourists that were stranded here. So our role as a chamber is always very fluid. It's like when it's good, it's all about connecting businesses. But actually in times of strife, it's about how can we help? Who can we signpost you to? And it's also listening. So we're part of the Dubai Chamber International Business Network. And I've actually been to Dubai Chamber's HQ probably about 5 times since this started. They've been incredible at providing this feedback loop so that they invite the chairs and the CEOs of the British business, the Italian, Canadian, French, Ukrainian, we're all there speaking directly to the leadership of Dubai Chamber, who are then speaking to the government to really help understand what those pain points are and to quickly aid that process.
There's been a real sort of banding together, hasn't there been? And I think maybe we don't really appreciate this because I kind of think we're so affected by what we see in the press, what we see on social media, and most of us realise that a large part of that is nonsense. And you kind of forget that actually this is a city, this is a country where we're kind of thrown together, but people do kind of band together. There is sort of a we're in this together mentality.
Definitely. We definitely see that across all nationalities.
Yeah.
My daughters have been online learning, and everybody in their class is coming from a different geographical location. So even from the education perspective, the children that are being raised in the UAE aren't just thinking about how this impacts me here, but they're thinking about their friend, and perhaps they have family in Lebanon. They'd be very sensitive to what they're going through, not just their experience here, but that kind of wider family network as well.
The key is the awareness of it as well, isn't it? Because it is a very different place to grow up, I guess. What about the practical side of BCCD? And I mean, associations like yours generally. Could you put that into some kind of context that the real practical nuts and bolts help that businesses can kind of draw on?
Definitely. So again, things that have worked really well through this. So we have a weekly update that goes out every Thursday. So that reaches over 8,000 qualified leads. So that's UK businesses looking to the region. Right. So from a member's perspective, that's an amazing amplification of their expertise. And also from, showcasing Dubai as an amazing business landscape. When through the pandemic, we actually didn't do webinars. It was like a conscious decision.
Okay.
I think everyone was sick of screens, but we were actually the first chamber and business group to go back to live events. So my favorite story, which I've been telling a lot recently, is through working with Dubai Municipality and our hotel venue partners, we were the first to have an in-person event. Everybody was very nervous. And, I was extremely proud of the business team because ultimately, if they didn't feel confident running the event, then we wouldn't have done it. But we worked with Media One Hotel, who's one of our venue partners, and we had 2 glass jars at the front of by the registration desk. One had red wristbands, which meant I'm really nervous. I'd rather you not shake my hand, and I'd rather keep social distancing. Okay. And the other glass jar had green wristbands, which was I'm relieved to get out the house. I want to continue with my business. I'm happy to shake hands. I'm all about it. We had to refill that green wristband jar 3 times. Okay. The feeling in that room, the noise level, it was almost overwhelming. And that was the same for the events once we carried on through this. We had over 100 members at our first breakfast networking after this event, and we've been fully booked in all of our events since.
It's remarkable when you think back to the COVID time. I mean, your COVID manual is probably still sat on the desk, I suppose, and it's not been put back on the shelf. But it's remarkable to think back to that. And I've almost completely forgotten that the social distancing thing happened and how nervous we all were, how much we didn't know that hopefully we now do know. Are you seeing more companies seeking out your community at the moment?
Yeah, it's a really good question because when I look at our new members, obviously love having new members, but one of my favorite stats is the returning members. Okay. So it's those that from years ago had a bad experience or they didn't feel they needed it. When they come back, for me, that gives me a lot of joy.
I can understand that. It's like somebody's come to my party.
Yeah,
sort of thing, isn't
it's like, good, you're back.
I've got friends.
And you see the value, and probably they'll stay even longer because I think it. But actually through this, what's giving me the most joy are the British companies that might not have felt they needed the level of community that we've been providing, and suddenly they do. And that, for me, from leading the business team that cares so deeply and are so proud of the brand, to actually have somebody saying, I love what you're doing, you're a beacon for communication, we really understand your positioning in the market. That for me has been our biggest success through this period.
I suppose it brings it all back into focus, doesn't it? When something adverse happens, you appreciate the things that maybe you should have appreciated a bit more. It's been a really strange time the last 50 days, I think, for a lot of people, and there's still a lot of uncertainty in the air. So how do you adapt what you do in terms of the support that you offer, the service that you offer, as economic pressures evolve? Because what you're telling people one day could tomorrow be completely different.
Yeah, and that's been really key, actually. It was our ambassador, His Majesty's Ambassador Edward Hobart, said on a town hall recently that he urged UK PLCs to come out of crisis operations and start operating in this new normal. Because there is this paralysis where some companies have just thought, I can't cope. And, understandably, those that came through the pandemic that had a really tough time will be thinking it's too soon, the muscle memory is still there, can I do this? but there is so much economic support now. So at Dubai Chamber yesterday, they were saying the banks do have liquidity, but the message is engage with your bank, engage with your relationship manager as soon as possible, because there is structuring, there is situational lending available. There's signposting to debt advisors through legal, and that's something that we've been doing in addition to our weekly update, is a regional specific update, which has incredible open rates. It was like 60% open rate, but it's specifically looking at how to help companies that, and the main thing is seek advice as soon as possible.
Yeah, communicate.
Yeah, cash flow will be an issue, I'm sure, particularly for the hospitality sector or any companies that are related to the hospitality sector. So that was the immediate concern for the government. And now, obviously the whole supply chain's affected, the construction sector will be affected, but it's all about the word that's overused, but I do love, pivoting. If you were expecting to get your materials in a traditional way that's not now working, how else can you get them? Could that actually open up a new partnership? But in all of this, it's all about good business. So it's making sure this, the causality effect, chicken and egg. The supplier and the buyer have to be doing good business for this all to keep working for a stronger recovery. As soon as people default on their relationship or a contract or a promise, there's a whole dominoes effect. And that's what I really hope not to see.
Yeah.
Because I do strongly believe that Dubai will bounce back. I think we'll all have whiplash, and we'll be in Q3, Q4 unable to get anywhere because every venue, every event that's been postponed will likely now fall in Q3, Q4.
Well, it's going to be capacity, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be the issue, I guess. Pivot's a great word. I offer you another word, and this is the word for Dubai. It's bounce back ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word we've been using. Along with resilience, that's the other word at the moment, but I don't want to bring that in today. You speak to lots of business owners, I guess, hundreds, I suppose, over the course of your average month. When we say it's getting tougher to run a small business in Dubai right now, it doesn't need to be. It's irrelevant me making statements like that, but I'm interested in the pain points that people highlight to you, whether it's cash flow, if it's regulatory, or if it's, I don't know, employee stress, whatever it is. What do people tell you?
So 60% of our membership, as I mentioned, are owner-managed businesses, and that's anything from a window cleaner through to a large consultancy firm. What I'm really fascinated about, it's around that employment structure. So quite often with a small business, they can't afford the level of expertise of, for example, a CFO, a financial officer, chief financial officer.
Yeah.
So there are lots of new disruptive models that are actually really helping the SME community. So it's called fractional recruitment.
Right.
So what happens is you have a top lawyer, a top finance director, a top marketing director. They may have chosen not to be working full-time in a large organization. There are now agencies that help match them to smaller companies where they might be more time poor. So the obvious demographic are women returning to work.
Yep.
So, for example, when I returned back to work, I didn't want to do 9 to 5 would have been normal, but the 8 till 6, which is the most obvious. So I was looking for part-time work, but I brought with me huge amounts of expertise of working in financial institutions and trade and marketing. So now I would go to one of these fractional recruitment agencies and say, this is all my expertise. I can do 3 mornings a week. So then the SME thinks, brilliant, because I can't afford a full-time, ex-Saatchi and Saatchi marketing director.
Right.
But I can afford this small. So actually, I think there's an opportunity now to really shape who you have around your boardroom, who you have in your senior leadership, because the companies that I see that are faring as well as possible are those that were really scrutinized and had that level of expertise from UK PLCs, from international, that were policing cash flow early on, not scaling too quickly,
Right.
And making really conscious and intuitive decisions.
We've got a minute left. Loads of questions that I haven't even got to, actually. We should have booked you for an hour.
I can come back.
Thanks. Let me ask you just one more question. I always think of your an organisation like BCC as a network, as a networking opportunity in many ways, because that's kind of the primary driver, I suppose. In your experience, let me ask you this, and I'm terrible at this because I can't network. I just end up saying stupid things, and people walk away thinking, "Why am I talking to the weird guy?" So, what's the big mistake when you see small businesses and they don't network? Is that the biggest mistake a small business could do? Should people just think to themselves, look, I need to get out there more? Is that the key?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't think many people enjoy networking, and that's how we design all of our events.
It's not easy.
It's not, and it's daunting. It's like going into the school playground on your first day. It's like, oh, I don't know who to speak to.
Yeah.
So we're very inclusive. The whole team get to know members so that even as they're walking towards registration, I have to mention Corey from our events team. He's like human AI. He'll have looked the night before to see the LinkedIn profiles, as long as it's a photo that's not, you're not corporately catfishing somebody, but he'll straight away say, hello, and they don't even have to say their name. And then one of the other membership managers will then say, oh, I need to introduce you to XYZ. And we're constantly scanning the room to make sure that everybody is speaking to somebody that's useful. I mean, that's our day-to-day.
That's an assigned role kind of thing, isn't it? Okay. Does Corey know he's human AI, by the way?
He does, yeah.
Is he listening? Yeah.
I hope so.
All right.
Scanning.
Oh, man. Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, it's the British Chamber of Commerce in Dubai. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thanks.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. success. Mira Business FM.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Crossroads at Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University, Dubai. You can search for us on Mira Business FM. You can find us online at all the usual platforms, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, you name it. And please, as always, I often forget to say this, feel free to engage with us, to send us your questions. We'll ask our guests. No question too controversial. We'll get you the answers. So today we got a very, very special Crossroads. I feel like last week was my solo side project, my solo album, McCartney. But now we're finally getting the original band back together. And when I say the original band, I mean the original band. First of all, Dima Magalse, my wonderful co-host. I want to say Dima is in the house, but that would be lying. Dima is in a house. It is not this house, but she is at least here with us live via the miracle of satellite. Dima, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I really miss being in the studio, though.
We miss you too. We miss you. The tables have turned. For a while in my Sri Lankan exile,
Yes.
it was me there and you here. And now, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really good. I just stuck because I need to get my dog back. And
I want all of our listeners to know that we are also friends of the animals too. Animal rights comes before even talking about the creative industries in the region. I hope it goes well because we miss you. We want you back in the studio.
No, me too. And I really hate being away. Just stuck with document. Turned out to be more complicated to come back with him.
I can't help but feel a personal grudge against your dog, but I'll try to move past that.
Thank you, David.
All right.
But I'm mainly also excited because our guest today, I really wish to have him in the studio because we have a very, very special guest.
We have an extremely special guest. When I say the original band, I really, really mean the original band. Dima, can you introduce our guest?
I will. Yes, thank you. No, I meant first time I get questions, not questions. Sorry, first time I'm put in the spot, but I also have something to say about our guest.
That's why I wanted you to introduce. But okay, take it away.
Yes. So our guest was our very, very special guest at Crossroads, Ammar Jalal. Sorry. Friendly. So, and Ammar, the very interesting thing is we started Crossroads with him, and he had many, many great insights. And what's very special, I'm really sorry about this. What's really special is that everything we actually spoke about towards the beginning of our episode, next episode, we were always talking about what we discussed with him about creating a community, about what's the need in the film industry, all these kind of things. And he had great insights about it. But today he's coming back with an update of what started as a conversation with us as well.
Yeah, I mean, our very first... Oh, sorry. I just wanted to concur. Our very first guest is back. Ammar, thank you so much for being on the show. And, it's just, it seems like yesterday, and as you said, it seems like 400 years ago that you were on the show.
Of course.
And the reason we asked you back was because a few things have happened since the last time you were on the show. Maybe people have heard about that. And things have changed. And, last time we were talking about you and your career and as Dima said, in a wider way, the community. But today we're talking about something a bit different. We're talking about all the changes that have happened over the past weeks and what you've done about it in a way. So can we talk about that?
Yeah, first thing first, thank you guys for having me. It's a pleasure to be back here, to be honest. And hi, Dima, through the screen. And thank you, David, for having me again. What happened through the past few weeks was definitely something extraordinary on so many levels. And unusual events, the conflict, the tensions, everything that we went through. And all of a sudden I found myself sitting on my couch, almost jobless like everybody else in the creative industry because I've lost all my pipeline. 90% of it was actually canceled. The rest of the 10% was on hold. and eventually canceled because they're still on hold up till now. And I'm doing nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know where I'm going. And I just...
It's quite a setup.
Yeah, it is, to be honest. And
Got to work on the hard sell a little.
kind of. And I just get phone calls from family, friends, and everybody back home telling me the moment that you can put yourself on a flight, just come back. And I understand that, and I feel their concerns because they also can't see what we see on the ground, and they only like watch the news and they see different things and different aspects, angles, and a lot of fake news as well that have been like roaming everywhere. But I chose like, no, I'm not leaving. I believe in the country. I believe in the UAE. Definitely, I believe in the leadership. And I've seen it myself, even if I was believing only, I've seen it throughout 40 days, everything happening in the sky, but we're safe. Like, at the end of the day, nothing happened to any of us, and we were safe. We were, like, during Ramadan, we were able to go pray in the mosque and doing all the things that we have to do, and even gatherings, and even meet for iftar and all the stuff. So definitely it was intense, and it was, like, a bit heavy on us as like people, but still we're good to go. So fast forward a few days after the conflict started, I felt all of a sudden that I have to write something somewhere somehow. And I'm not a social media person. I'm not an influencer. Maybe I do influence people here or there on the ground with like public speaking, doing like talks, stuff like that. But I wasn't like a big thing on socials. But I felt like I'm gonna write something. So I wrote a post on LinkedIn, and it was mainly about the freelancers, the creative community, and what we feel right now. And we keep pushing and we keep fighting. And it was like really genuine words. That's what I felt at the moment, and it went viral all of a sudden. Like I went to sleep, I woke up, and I found like zillion of like likes, numbers, shares, whatever, DMs, and I don't understand what's going on. So I was like, okay, fine. And then it hit me another idea, and I wasn't planning anything. I wasn't like trying to build anything. It was completely genuine. So the next idea came to my mind that what if I actually use this virality moment, I would say, and put a list on a post of available creative freelancers right now in the country. Maybe there is an opportunity, or even if it's a small one here or there for those people, and across all the creative industry, not just my vertical, not like film and media or not creative advertising, but events, entertainment, music, social media, digital, communication, marketing, whatsoever, anyone who works actually in the creative industry way or another. So I wrote something about this.
And you weren't, sorry to interrupt, you weren't specifying at this point freelance or company or anything, right?
No,
just anyone who works in the creative industry.
I was at the beginning specifying this actually for freelancers,
okay,
but at any kind of vertical or domain inside the creative industry. And then I added to this also boutique agencies, small production houses. So also we combined like both. So it became something for the industry experts as well, in a way, but small business, not like multinational or a network agency. And at the same time for freelancers as well, or anyone who trying to find a full-time job even as a creative person. So I wrote this on LinkedIn. People, they start to DM me with their names and their role. So I start to curate on Mondays morning that list. That list also went viral. And a lot of comments, a lot of people, and people, they repost it, reshare it, and like crazy. So I started to do like part 2 at the same week. So part 1 is Monday, part 2 is Friday. And then everything started to explode from this point. Like it's blowing, like followers, people, DMs, messages, people that try to find a job. And guys, I'm not hiring. I'm just trying to help people to get visible and to connect them with each other and maybe with an opportunity here or there. So I took on my responsibility as well to reply to each and every DM that I receive.
Wow.
And it was honestly, and that's what I always tell the community, that what actually happened with me over the past few weeks with the community was also very beneficial for me as a person. It was a therapy for me. I couldn't have passed those days, those heavy days, and we're still going on I mean, in the sense of business. But I couldn't have actually done anything or passed those days without the community. So it was a win-win situation. I was trying to help the community, but also the community helped me in a way. So after that, I started to share jobs that I find on the internet. I dig deep a little bit, so it became like a bit of like part-time job now. So there's something that I wake up.
So networking.
But networking, it started like that, but it wasn't actually continuing as a networking. So the next idea hit my mind and I wrote a post. Every time I ask people first, do you want me to do this idea or not? So I wrote another post about what if that we do an open room session, and I don't know why I called it that way, but that's what actually happens, online session to talk to each other as the people, regular faces that I started to see, but also it'd be open for everyone. Massive response, overbooked. Like a lot of people joined, and we had a 1-hour session of a real conversation. That moment, the community started to formulate.
Basically what the Germans call a Stammtisch, you know, when people come together who don't necessarily know each other, but are linked by profession or interest and talk openly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and also not just profession, but they linked because they feel for each other and they're not alone. They felt that they are not alone. I have other people who's actually going through exactly the same thing that I'm going through right now. So we connected. And then after that one, I started to formulate the whole thing, and I came up with the name, the UAE Creative Local Community, and started to be a community. And then I started to invite industry experts, either like friends or even people that I don't know and I approach to. So we had the first open room session with a recruiter for the creative industry. And it was a massive success as well, because everybody wanted to join, everybody wanted to ask. And I started to curate a format as well.
You mean they were simply asking a recruiter, what are you looking for, correct?
Yeah, I always divide the hour, like the first half of the hour, I moderate and I ask the guest questions.
So you'll have a guest on.
I have a guest.
Every time everybody comes together for this
I have a guest.
Open room.
Yeah, the first one I started, it was me and the community. We're having like an open discussion. And then it turned out to be, we have a special guest from the industry expert, someone who's been doing this for so long and can be beneficial for the community. And the theme back then was actually always how to navigate this phase. So the first one, I invited someone from the recruiting side. So we had half an hour of discussion, me and her, and then the second half, open for questions with the community. So they started to ask her, and also to make a real connection between the community faces and that industry expert, because they might be an opportunity for you here or there. The third one, was someone from the events and so on. And we went through film and content and media and then entertainment, and then we created like almost 9 hours of open room sessions now. And then the next step that we took, that we created a WhatsApp group, but I don't want to call it group because it's the WhatsApp community group.
Yeah, I think that's the key word. You said a community started coming together. You formed, I don't want to use the word official, but where before there was nothing, you started creating a sort of structure, a community.
Yes, and I think, because the whole thing is actually just like came from somewhere up there. I didn't invent it, to be honest. But if I'm going to take credit on something, I think I just leveraged my experience in communication, marketing, advertising, and all that stuff. So I would be able to structure everything that happened on coincidence quickly. So I put it together, an Instagram page that looks good and actually represent the community, a LinkedIn page, and then we keep the formats, we enhance the formats, and so on. So now we have the WhatsApp group, which actually represent the community members. We're 220 plus members. And it's curated members, because I'm not saying that we're not like letting everybody in, but all the time I'm just trying to make sure that we let the right people, in the sense of you need to be UAE based. You need to be working in the creative industry, no matter like if you're junior, mid-career, senior, doesn't matter. but we need to put people together who's actually also willing to support each other. And that WhatsApp group turned to be the platform of the community communication. And amazingly enough, we talk every day. Like the whole day, you will find all the community members communicating with each other, supporting each other, sharing jobs, sharing insights, asking questions. Junior, someone senior will reply that questions, and so on and so forth.
And this is why I wanted you to come on the show again. And I think we seem to have lost communication with Dima, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I think
No, I'm with you.
You scared me.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
You are there. I think, Dima, I don't want to put words.
I think we lost you as well.
I always love this because
No.
I feel like we're on the Star Trek, the Enterprise bridge, talking to
No, I was
to
just
somebody
silent
on the other
listening
planet.
to Ahmad. Actually, I do have a question for you, Ahmad.
Sure.
Can I
sorry,
just
did I
finish
interrupt you,
what I was
David?
going to say?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was saying
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I think I was putting words in your mouth, but what you were alluding to was that when Amar was on many months ago, he was talking about how there is an amazing creative community out there, but it's all scattered to the
100%.
winds. And it needs some sort of cohesion, something bringing it together. And what you're talking about here is that you've started doing that. You've done it. You're starting to bring it together.
I think it was like in my subconscious way or another, I don't know, because we had this conversation, like you said, a few months ago. But maybe it was like the right time, the right people, and the right person. So we put it all together. I don't know.
It was, I mean, you had the idea, and then the unfortunate realities spurred that idea into actual fact. I'm sorry, Dima, you had a question. I just wanted to finish that before I was scattered.
Thank you, David. So basically, usually in such initiatives, when you start something, the most challenge is to spread the word.
Yeah.
Whether you go online, and as you said, like through connections and stuff. So which medium did you find the most effective that reached out to people? Like, because usually people tell you, oh, we heard about this through this person or online post or whatever. So which medium you found most effective?
I think definitely digital, which is, like I said at the beginning, I wasn't a social media person or anything of these. Like I'm not that much into socials. However, I think digital platforms was actually the door for everybody to come together, especially in times like slow down, like we're all like home doing nothing, basically. But also, I would like to highlight a point here, speaking of which, early this week, Monday, we had the first open room gathering. And that was like an offline event powered by N5 Media in Production City. And like thankful to them that they sponsored the whole thing. So it was a proper event. And we had 120 registration and we had 80 attendees almost. With a panel discussion of amazing people from the industry as an industry experts and friends of mine as well. And I'm really thankful for them to join and give the time to support the community. But that offline event was the proof and the validation that everything that we've done as a community on the virtual world is actually real. And we converted this on the ground. So when we converted this on the ground, I felt this is it. This is a real community. Now we're talking. But we definitely had to use the digital world, the virtual world, and social media in order to make it happen as a foundation. And and it's also easier. Like imagine, like I said, we created like I guess 9+ hours right now of open sessions, but they are all online. So it's easy for people to access. Definitely everything that's happening within the community is free as well for the community. So trying to support the community as much as we can with knowledge, insights, and opportunities at the time that we can. So I think the digital medium in general was the engine for the community right now.
And I think, I can't stress how important it is, whatever the means are that bring to get people together, because even in a digital world where people are connected by social media, by WhatsApp and whatever, people still, to a certain degree, I think, often feel isolated, especially if they're freelancers, for instance, if they're in the creative industries. It's not like working for a company or a corporation or anything. You don't have that overarching structure. And we were talking about this earlier, a few years, when something hits the community, when something hits the society, forget about the community, they're not quite sure where to turn if they're not working for a large company, if they're in a sense on their own. And I was talking about how I do voiceovers for TV and radio commercials and social media, blah, blah, blah. And I used to do tons of them. And a few years ago, all of a sudden, almost overnight, the jobs slowed to a trickle. And I was thinking, I guess my voice went out of fashion. Nobody likes me anymore. They don't want to work with me. I took it very personally. And but I was also luckily part of a WhatsApp group of voiceover artists. And I looked at that and I realized, no, it isn't just me, it's everybody, because AI came and AI was doing the voices instead of human beings. Yeah. So if only for that digital platform, that digital connection, I realized it was nice to know, okay, well, it wasn't just me. I don't need to take it personally. But this is something you were saying that people do when things go south. The first thing they blame is themselves.
100%. 100%.
And they need to be shown.
I have this feeling every day. I wake up every day with this feeling, with that feeling that I am the reason of everything going wrong with me right now. But the truth is, no, because like at the end of the day, you are a freelancer or industry professional, whatever you are, or full-timer. You wake up on Saturday, 28th of Feb, and you found an unusual events that actually put everything on pause. So it's not your mistake. It's not your problem, right? And you might had at that time like plans for the future. You might have been actually, myself, by the way, I had for March, April, May, a long pipeline for projects and work, and it's all gone. And it was confirmed. I'm not talking about the things that I was pitching in or the things that I'm expecting to come, like maybe yes, maybe no. I'm talking about things they are confirmed and they all gone. But at the end of the day, I didn't do anything wrong. I was doing the usual, business as usual. I was approaching clients, projects, whatever it is, and I had things actually on the move. So, and it applies to each and everyone in the creative industry and community, by the way, because at the end of the day, you did nothing wrong.
And I want to bring, they did nothing wrong, and how, it's one thing to be told that by one person outside, and you might think, oh, they're just trying to cheer me up, but to be told by an entire community. I mean, I'm so grateful, for instance, for many reasons, I'm very grateful to be a teacher, but right now I'm very grateful to be part of Middlesex University Dubai, a large company that gives me a sense of community and a sense of belonging. But when you don't have that, when you've chosen a path with your freelancing or your own company or something, you need a community telling you that it isn't you.
Yes.
And there's the other thing that we were talking about earlier is especially because no matter how smart you are and how much you plan ahead, there's only so much you can plan ahead,
100%.
Especially when the world keeps throwing basically the four horsemen of the apocalypse at us. I mean, think about it in the past few years. We've had plague and flood and war. And, I don't know who else is.
And AI. All of a sudden.
And AI, the fifth horseman of the apocalypse. How does anybody plan ahead for a plague like COVID, shutting the world down? Nobody can plan ahead for that. How does anybody plan for AI, the robot takeover, and the robots are going to enslave us? Terminator is going to come true. How do people plan for the unplannable? So to say, oh, you should plan ahead, it's impossible to say.
It's impossible, to be honest. And it's very tough and it's very hard for the creative community as well, because like I said, they blame themselves all the time, but this is not the reality. And that's why we have the community as well, because we support each other, we get to each other, and we talk to each other. Sometimes, by the way, it's not about like just sharing a job opportunity. And that's why I always say like this is the differentiation of the UAE creative local community and any other creative WhatsApp group. We're not a group. We are a community of creatives, professionals, works across the industry. They came all together to support each other in the first place. That support could actually get a different shapes and different meanings. But that's the moral of the story, right? And as I always put in my posts and everything that I write, we keep building because we're building towards the future. And I believe again in the country and in the people of the UAE. And I call them the people of now as well, because I see this. We are the people of now in the UAE. And I'm not, by the way.
What do you mean by that? Can you just explain what that means?
Yeah, of course. Because sometimes when I say that, people they assume that I'm like blaming the people they left or judging the people that they left. I'm not actually, because it's different circumstances for everybody. And there's like, I know a lot of people they left, by the way, against their will, but they had to because of financial reasons, for example.
Yeah.
So they had to, like a dear friend of mine, he always say, they had to go quarantine back home. But they're not ditching the UAE, but they just can't continue at the moment. So I'm not blaming those people or judging them, but also at the same time, I'm embracing the people who are here right now from the creative community and industry and trying to push the walls to keep themselves tight, to put themselves together and to keep going. In a very uncertain time as well, and when it comes to business, and with also summer approaching, which we don't know what's going to happen in the summer from a business standpoint. But still, those people, the people of now in the UAE, in the creative industry, are the people with the spotlight. And that's why I do on a weekly basis as well on all the community socials, something that we call community spotlight, community work spotlight. So we have community talent spotlight and community work spotlight. So I'm trying to highlight the community members' work as well, and their talents.
How do you do that? How do you spotlight them?
On social media, basically.
So you'll choose one person and put
not one person. We take like a punch. I open a call for the community members, like who wants to be in the spotlight this week and ready with a piece of work or something.
Okay.
The best of the best. So
and they show their work.
Yeah, they send me their work and a nice picture. They love to be posted as well. And we do like a carousel post on the socials because our numbers on socials are good right now as a community as well. So there's a visibility. And also a lot of people in the industry talking about the community, so there's a visibility. And I'm using this not to monetize, I'm using this to put the spotlight on the community. That's the main goal, right? So I take this and I put it on social. Either I highlight like who's the person and what actually that person does. And the other one, the community work spotlight. So I spotlight their work, their piece of work, no matter what it is, and I tag them as well so I can drive traffic to their profiles, traffic to their work, other work, whatever it is. So this is also part of our activities in the community.
Okay, and that leads me to, I wanted to, well, first of all, I'm always forgetting to do this. We are Crossroads, Mira Business FM, in collaboration with Middlesex University, Dubai. Search for us on Mira Business FM. You can find us online at all the usual platforms, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, and Amazon. And mentioning again Middlesex University, Dubai, again, I want to give a shout out to them about how supportive they have been and how much they felt, we were supported and we belong and we have someone to rely on. And think about what a university is in its ideal state. And I do think Middlesex is a good example of that it is a group of academics. Now, they might be business, psychology, law, media, et cetera, but it's a group of academics who come together to do their work, to teach, obviously, to research, and they know they're supported that way. And this is the problem, that creative industries have no such thing. And, in certain countries, maybe there'll be a union. Doctors in the U.S., where there's no national health care, will have, say, the American Medical Association. The screenwriters in L.A. will have the Screenwriters Guild. But there's nothing like that. And more importantly, I think there should be something for all of the creatives. I think... I know you don't want to use this word, we talked about this earlier, but in a sense, what you're recommending in its most benign and non-economic sense is a guild of creative.
Absolutely. But what I think we're also, this is not a union, this is not a guild as well.
Right. I know it's trouble. It's a complicated term.
It is, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
I'll
also,
shy away from it.
It's more of like I said, it's a creative community. There's other communities, by the way, in the country, but I would say, and I think, I'm not sure 100%, but I think we are the only proper, now, structured, creative community across all the verticals.
Structure.
I wanted to add to this, Ammar. First of all, I really appreciate your initiative, because usually in uncertain moments, people get demoralized to even start looking for alternative job. So leave alone you thinking in a creative way, thinking broadly more of a community, and making that effort to make it happen. And just like for this talking about like the community stuff, there are some other communities in media or creative industry. They're mainly for networking events.
Yes.
And I think people mainly go there just like to find either job opportunities or just like to have an idea about the landscape, but there isn't that community, as you mentioned, that is that supportive. And that's specifically what we also talked about in the first episode. When you work in a creative industry, you do need your own creative gang.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're stuck alone. So I think this is where this community becomes beneficial, is to connect more on a human base, more on an artistic level as well, not just purely professional.
Yes.
Plus, you have the professional guidance and support, right?
Yes. 100%. And like I said, I haven't seen, and I think I've been here like long enough, especially inside the creative industry, I haven't seen like structured creative community that actually cater all the verticals as well. It's not like tackling one niche. Because there's a lot of communities for film people, for example, for events and entertainment, for media, for digital.
But wouldn't
social.
wouldn't you agree with what Dima said? They're more about job networking rather
Of
than
course,
support in a way.
150%. And
in a way, they pit each other, everyone against each other, because they're all vying for that same job.
Exactly. And no, it's really funny because like everyone is thinking the same thing. What do I get out of this? More
Yes.
than how do I support?
100%.
And this is what was
And that's-
lacking, and that's why.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Dina.
no, that's why. No, I'm sorry because there is a delay. I
Yes,
think.
yes.
So I'm really sorry about sound as well.
That's fine.
No, and you'll find no one's gaining anything out of these events because everyone is looking for what can I gain out of it. So everyone gets out of it with nothing.
100%, and that's the mindset that I'm trying to change in the UAE creative local community. 100%. This is what we're trying to do, and I'll give you a quick example on that. Actually, yesterday we had the first open room session that we call open room mentorship. Okay, and it's from senior to junior. So basically, we had one of the community members, senior creative director, Waqas Amin, give him a shout out, to be honest, because he did an amazing job. He put like a 30-40 slides deck in 2 days for the community, and he jumped in for a 1-hour session explaining to everybody how to build a killer portfolio from a 16 plus years of experience from someone who works on top-notch and top-level creative direction. And that was the first time that we create another open room session, but from within the community, not inviting a guest from outside. So now we're actually applying what we are saying right now. It's from within the community. It's not like we put like 100 similar people in one room
And one employer.
and sometimes even no employer.
Yeah.
But right now we're trying to be beneficial for each other as a community as well. And by the way, we have up till now, I think like 3-4 success stories from within the community of people got jobs from each other and they worked each other. And on top of that, myself personally, I got a small project from within the community.
I think you just answered my next question, because what I was thinking, building on what Dima had said there, I used to live in Los Angeles. And one problem with living in Los Angeles, everybody in Los Angeles is in the creative industry. It's a company town.
Of course.
And so you're in this company town where everybody's in this, as opposed to being scattered across a city like here, or a country like here, where people are doing different things. And the big problem that I have, and it's not just me, a personal thing, I hear this from everybody in Los Angeles too. The one drawback when you go out, when you go to social events, even dinner parties, is you always get the sense when you meet anyone that they're thinking, what can you do for me? And they're assessing, and if they assess very soon, you can't do anything for me, then they'll be looking over your shoulder and going on to the next person to meet.
Yeah.
And that is unfortunately a fact of life in a place with a lot of freelance people in creative industries.
Yeah.
So my question to you was, how do you stop that from happening as your community grows, that you get this sense when people
Can
come
I add to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to add to yours as well, David. Not only that, everyone is overselling themselves.
That too,
Like
yes.
if you just
Over
say,
oh
hi,
my
how are
gosh.
you?
Oh yeah, that
Just
is the
ask
big problem.
someone.
Everyone in Los Angeles putting on a show as soon as you say hi. It gets tiresome.
I think it's the same here as well. It's like we have the
A constant audition.
It is. I think, like I said, right now we have 220 almost plus members, active members on the community. Okay, aside from that we have a few activities that we open for public. Like, for example, the open room gathering wasn't just for the community from inside, but was also upon registration, but it's open for everybody in the industry in general. But the reason why I'm trying to hold my reins back on not letting the community members right now reach 1,000, which would be possible to happen in 1 week, I'm telling you. And I'm not bragging about that, but this is the truth, because my DM is actually like in flood right now, because people, they have to send me their profile first on LinkedIn so I can make sure that they are the right fit in terms of UAE based and also working in the creative industry.
You and I went out for coffee the other day, and your phone was ringing off the hook, and you said it was all DMs about that.
Yes,
they won't let you sleep.
Yes, and that what you just said actually is the reason why I'm holding a little bit the reins, because I want to keep the conversation real.
Yeah.
So if we turn out to be 2,000 members right now, we're not going to be talking to each other. It's going to turn into noise. And people, they will start like mute the group. They don't respond. They can't even catch the activities. When it's happening, the registration form link, whatever it is, because we also, even on the WhatsApp group, we have a structure of how we announce things. Like we have 3 cool pictures with the branding of the community, of community attention, community announcement, and community reminder. And we always like post things related to the community that way on the WhatsApp group. So if it's like 2,000 members right now, we're gonna be lost in context. So, and I can't answer exactly what in the future I'm gonna do to fix this.
I demand you predict the future.
because at the end of the day, and this is something that I always tell the community each and every day, that we're learning as we go. We're still learning. We keep building. So I also learn as we go what's right, like try and error, basically. So, and that's why I always test the format and the concept first, and then I decide if I'm going to apply it forward or not. So I think also I'm still in the phase of testing, learning, and see what might work and what might not. And sometimes I take the decision based on experience and based on what I'm seeing right now, but also sometimes I need to try things.
Well, I mean, again, it's a silly question in a way, because it's impossible to predict the future. And you're aware of these dangers,
100%.
but as we were talking about, who could predict? When you were on a few months ago, who could predict what the next few months would
100%.
And this is the thing, there is no way to ever predict the future. No one can, and that's why it is so vital that people come together to help each other out, to plan together.
Yeah, and right now we have a foundation, we have a structure, and we enhance and we move around as things moves forward for us. So every time that we come up with the idea that fits the time, might be changing this idea in 2 months later to something else that fits the community more now.
Now, for people who... Oh, sorry, Dima, you were going to say something.
No, it's okay. No, carry on.
Well, I
David,
just
it's
want to
fine.
do it because I like this whole Star Trek experience again. Spock,
it's
the
fine.
Romulan ambassador, seems trustworthy. I was going to say, if there are people listening who don't know you, who don't know how to contact you, but who are out there lost and alone, not to be overly dramatic.
Please join us.
But how would they reach out to you?
Yeah, basically we have the Instagram page for the community, which is creativecommunity.ee.
Creativecommunity.ae.
Yes, and they just like reach out on DM with the word join and their LinkedIn profile. And the same thing on LinkedIn. They either reach out to me on LinkedIn personally, Ammar Galal, my name, and my profile, or the community page, which is UAE Creative Local Community on LinkedIn. So you either DM my page, my profile, or the community page. And forgive me if I don't get back to you really quickly or right away because, like, I hate
You're
to say
just one man.
Exactly. I hate to say that, but there's a lot of DMs, and I'm doing everything alone.
You started a movement, though.
There's I'm trying my best. There's a bunch of people from the community as well, trying to help as much as possible. I call them now the founding members, because there's like a few members. They were actually there when we were like 5 people, but now they are still with us, and they have seen the whole journey. And
it's worth stressing again right here for those joining late, that whole journey is only, it seems like years ago that you were last on the show, but it was what? It was
less than 8 weeks.
Less than 8 weeks.
I can't believe it, but less than 8 weeks, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But it feels like a couple of years.
It does. Now within these 8 weeks that you established that community, and you got more involved in it, did you notice or observe anything different about the community itself that you didn't anticipate? Like usually from the outside, you have a certain perception, but now that you're more involved, maybe you notice something about the local community that is different.
A lot of things, actually, not just one thing, and even on a personal perception, because, like, I'm not a big fan of AI work, to be honest, when it comes to visuals.
I thought you were going to say people. That's good. AI.
No, I mean, I'm okay with using the AI as a tool, but not like as the thing. And for example, what I have learned throughout those 8 weeks, because we have a lot of AI artists in the community, I've seen amazing work, and I've seen how much effort they put in that work. It's not just the prompt. And I've seen their previous work before using the AI, and they are super creative. So right now, they are turning their creativity through this tool to do something like more updated and looks like things now.
So they've converted you to AI?
100%.
That's fantastic.
It's still, to be honest, like as a filmmaker, this is not going to be my choice.
Right.
But this is like more of like choice and
But you're
taste.
more open to it.
I'm more open, definitely. And another thing that the community that actually taught me, it makes me feel and became more acceptable to people.
What?
Can I add to this as well?
Wait, sorry. What made you? What's more acceptable?
But as a person, as an artist, because
Oh, you are more acceptable to yourself or
no,
AI?
to others. Like I became like more not acceptable. I'm sorry, accepting. Like
accepting.
Yeah.
Okay.
More
okay.
accepting. More accepting to people' point of views. More accepting to people work.
More open
to other ideas. That community taught me that.
No.
As an artist, because all the artists, they have a bit of ego somewhere, somehow. This is part of being an artist.
You have to believe in yourself to put your art out there.
And it's there. We can't deny or ignore that we do not have an ego. We're just trying to control that ego as an artist. So sometimes you feel like, he's good, but, like I don't agree, I don't accept, whatever. I've learned throughout my journey with the community to accept a lot of things, to accept a lot of people's point of view, and to even listen more to people. So that was also one of the things that I've learned personally. And I think even within the community, because I saw people at the beginning, they were like talking more than they listen. Now they listen more than they talk. So I bet they also learned throughout the process. So this is also one of the things, like answering your question, Dima, that have changed in my mind throughout the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of things, like I think it's like, for me, at least personally, it's countless now, because those 8 weeks were actually intense in terms of communicating with the community.
If people truly are listening to each other and becoming more accepting, I mean, it can't help but grow and strengthen as a community.
Yep.
And, rather than everybody seeing it as an opportunity for them to hustle and advance themselves, that they're coming together. So
they even, sorry to cut you off, David, they even started to defend the community on posts and comments, because they're like, haters will be haters all the time, right? They are there. We can't ignore this. And there's like bunch of people, a few people on socials, for example, sometimes they comment like, why do we have to do like things online? We need to meet, we need to do networking events. Or they're trying to approach me to collaborate on a network event and like ticketed one or something. So I turned their offer down. So they started to attack the community on the community posts.
There's always going to be,
it's a true story.
There's always going to be trolls.
It's a true story. And amazingly, the community started to defend all of these things. Which means, and I don't want them to defend me personally because it's not about me.
It's not. You don't need to tear down a community before it's even built.
Exactly, but that means that the community now, they understand the idea of the community and they feel it. That's why they are defending the other side of things if people start to attack the idea of community, because you're not sharing job opportunities. Yeah, because we're not here to share only job opportunities. We share jobs if we have something to share with the community and the fellow members. But we also do a lot of other things that is very beneficial for each other.
Yeah. So, I mean, people are coming together. They're getting a sense of the identity of the community, its purpose.
Yes.
They're listening to each other. It's growing in strength. So, what you had two big events this week that you told us about. On Monday and on Thursday.
Thursday was a part of the online activities.
Right, but so, I would clarify it as an event, not a physical in the same room, but still an event.
Yeah. No, we do this actually weekly now.
Okay.
We've been doing this for the past 5 weeks on a weekly basis. So, and now we have a calendar. So yesterday we posted the first proper calendar for the month. So now we have May 2026 calendar of the activities with proper lock days and everything. We only announce the guest and the topic 48 hours before the session, just to make sure that we locked the person, because sometimes it's free at the end of the day. We're not paying the guests.
Yeah.
So we have to be flexible.
We hear you.
No, I mean, I have to be flexible with the guests as well.
Yeah,
but
we
also,
hear you on that too.
I also try to keep the structure. So right now, on a weekly basis, we have on Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. That's a fixed time. The open room session with industry expert guest. And Thursday, 7:30 p.m. as well, we have the open room mentorship from within the community, senior to junior. And we have once a month the open room gathering offline event for the community members and also others from outside. And we have the
So the offline will be like what you had on Monday, correct?
That's the one that we had on Monday, yeah.
Okay, and that will
27th.
be once a month now.
Yeah, now it's going to be once a month.
Okay.
And we have on a weekly basis as well on Monday the weekly availability list on LinkedIn post, which is open for everyone, not just the members. So anyone wants to be included in that list and get visibility using my followers and using the traction that I have on socials, just DM me your name and your role. That's it. So this is also constant on Mondays. And Fridays, today, we have the spotlight posts for the community. So for now, these are our activities on fixed times, calendar, and this is the structure that we are going through.
It's amazing what you made over just a few weeks. So what does the future hold?
Oh, that's again, I don't know. No, honestly, I've started thinking about the future a lot, and I'm a Virgo, so I plan a lot, which is something that I hate now because every time I plan something, it like blow up.
Well, yeah,
so,
we talk at the Four Horsemen and all that.
So I've learned
it's
that
hard to
the
make
hard
plans.
way.
Not grandiose plans, but little plans. And let me interrupt you for 1 second,
Sure.
even though I asked the question. Dima, you were mentioning something that one of our previous guests had been talking about. And now I'm blanking out. I should have taken better notes when I was telling you about him kindly coming on the show again to talk about this. Can you recall what it was? Let me dig up my notes.
Maybe about Elijah?
Oh yes, it was Elijah. Thank you so much. But what was it specifically with Elijah? Because it was about his exporting something to the world, correct?
Yes.
And this is in tandem with what you were talking about the future. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So basically, we spoke also about the need for a community, especially for filmmakers, because everyone is doing dual jobs between commercials and hoping for working on a creative film. And he was mainly talking about how to unify the industry by making Dubai an exporting culture as well. So that's the way to go for it.
I mean, I can't think of a better way to start building it up as an exporting culture. Is everybody who's come on has talked about the need for there to be. There's so many creative people here. There's so many talented people here, but everybody's scattered to the four corners of the country. I was going to say the globe, but not the globe. The four corners. They're scattered, and you are building a community they're making them scattered no more.
That's why
I
wanted
to build that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to be the UAE community. It's not Dubai only,
right?
Because we are the UAE creatives. Come together. So, like answering your question for the future, because I have few ideas now. I started to get like a few kind of like collaboration offers with like either entities or people or whatever, but I still like trying to be like conservative on things at the moment. But definitely in the future, I want to collaborate with other like either entities or creative communities or whatever it is, so we can cross over. That's one thing. The other thing, because I get a lot of DMs from people from the GCC in general, like Doha, Riyadh, whatsoever, they want to join the community. And politely, I tell them like, this is the UAE version, and I want to keep it like that. So I think we might duplicate the same format and the same structure, the same idea, because I think there's a huge need, even more than the UAE, in the rest of the GCC as well. So we have a similar model. And for the UAE community, we keep building more of collaborations that can generate opportunities. We keep building more initiatives that can not just give opportunities in terms of a job, but also give opportunity for the freelancers to live better. For example, they have like more of initiatives with, I don't know, like hypothetically, with banks. So if they trust the community, and this is a member of the community, so they can have like more facilities from that bank, for example, because it's coming from here. Because the freelancers, they don't get all the benefits of a full-time employee, for example. So this is also one of the things I'm thinking of in the future. More education as well, especially on hands-on experience, because we're not a university. We're not like more workshops, more things that be beneficial for the community. And that's why, like I said, I'm open for collaborations and partners, because again, I want to keep everything free for the community. So we need to have the financials from somewhere else, either like in the sense of in kind of things, or like financials, like money, whatever. I don't know, but these are the things that I'm trying to push forward towards.
It shows the very fact that you've gotten this sort of response from across the GCC shows the incredible need and desire for it out there. You're a man with a plan. That's what's so great.
No, I want to keep it like because again, every time I put a plan, things blow up in my face. So
I gotta stop using those words.
I'm traumatized a bit.
Speaking of the need for a community, when you say creative community, the term is very broad. Like creative, you have filmmakers, you have digital artists, you have too many categories for artists or creative, right? For you as a filmmaker, you do understand the needs for filmmakers in the UAE, what they need, all these kind of things. But how do you expose yourself to the need of other formats as well? So how do you gauge the need for example, people in digital media or other platforms?
I talk a lot to everybody. I'm very open in terms of like I'm easy to reach out for the community members. Like they have my number, they text me over WhatsApp, they call me sometimes like phone calls, and I talk to them. And I try all the time to listen and understand what they need, especially in the other verticals that I'm not into that vertical that much, like filmmaking, which is my industry, the main one. And I also have a lot of friends, industry experts in different verticals. So I also talk to them, try to understand more, and invite them for the sessions. And I attend everything that we create for the community, even if I'm not the speaker, even if I'm not moderating. I have to attend. So I learn as well, and I hear everything, and I hear the questions, and I analyze their questions in that domain, even if it's not mine. And way or another, because I've been working in the creative advertising as well, apart from the filmmaking. So I've been crossing roads a lot with events, entertainment, digital marketing, communication. So I have a bit of like background on most of the creative industry, at least just the background. So I know how to crack in, at least. So, and I don't want to be like putting all my experience or putting all my power into just film.
Yeah. So if somebody's out there thinking, am I the creative industries? I mean, is that kind of what you were asking, Dima? Like, how does somebody know that they're part of the creative industries?
Anyone who works actually in even marketing communication, because you're super into the creative industry as well from an advertising standpoint.
Course.
So if you are an artist, if you are a filmmaker, if you are advertising, digital and communication, PR, AI. By the way, we have people in the community, members from PR and journalism.
I hope so.
We have. We already do. We have like four members so far.
I very much hope so.
So anybody who works towards the creative industry, you don't need to be an artist.
I mean, anybody we have 4 programs in media at Middlesex, and those are film and digital media, advertising, PR and branding, and creative writing and journalism.
Yep.
And I would say, if you're in any of those, you're certainly part of the creative industry.
100%. That's what I'm saying.
And outside of that, a wide umbrella.
That's right. Well, by the way, we have few members are MCs for events. They are with us. That's what I'm saying. It's a community for everyone who works in the creative industry.
And the voiceover people that I spoke about at the beginning.
People, of course, because again, you're a creative person.
Clan. Yes.
You're a creative person, and you work in the creative industry as well.
Yeah. Many of them are actors. And MCs. That's what made me think of that.
Yeah. So
it's really a great move to include journalism as well.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
even teaching journalism students, there is a little bit of they are lost in the direction somehow. Like luckily, at least once they study, we guide them and immerse them in the industry, but they don't have that community of journalists, which make them feel so limited in terms of stories or even censorship, because they don't have that exposure to which extent they can write stories or how much in depth they can get into, or they think journalism means only covering basic news and events, which is not. I always tell them, you take your journalism responsibility as an entire cause or a project. So having that in creative community or giving them the opportunity to be part of that community adds so much value to them. So it's a great move to include that, Ammar.
Yes, thank you, Dima. And like I said, I always think about the community as a community.
I'm very glad you brought that up too, though. I mean, for instance, I would take it as a given that journalism would be included, but you're right. They might need it pointed out to some people.
And that's why I take time in order to reply to all the DMs to make sure that you are the right fit for the community. I'm not just trying to be a gatekeeper and push people away, but no, I'm trying to have a mixture of everyone.
Yeah. Now, I believe, are coming up on the end of the hour, so I don't want to get us cut off by the haunting the haunting blues theme. So I want to is there a last message you want to send out to everybody out there before we do get cut off?
Yeah, I don't know. You're not alone. As a creative person, as a freelancer, as an industry expert, you're not alone. We're all going through really tough time, I know, in terms of our industry and business. We're trying to push walls as much as we can. I'm with you guys. I'm not from the other side of the table. I'm in the same position, each and everyone in their own story and different scale. But that's why we have the community. We keep building. We keep pushing things like forward. I believe in the UAE again, and I believe in the creative community, and I believe that the country is coming back like massively, like never before. And this is a genuine, true belief inside of me. I'm not saying when, I'm not saying how. This is not my position to say or my place to say, but this is what I believe and what I will keep telling everybody around me as well to believe. So the UAE creative local community is there for everyone, will be always there for everyone. supporting as much as we can, supporting each other. It's from the people to the people.
And thanks to the sense of community you're building, I think it'll be stronger than ever.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Ammar. It always needs someone to take the initiative to make things happen.
I'm happy that I was lucky enough to be the person who pushed that. And by the way, we have a few local Emiratis as well within the community, which I give them a big shout out because they're also supporting a lot the community, and they're pushing things with their experience because they're seniors as well with the community. So I think we're coming together all, and this is very important.
Well, we salute you, and we're grateful to you. And we're grateful to you for coming on the show and talking about it today.
Thank you very much, guys, for having me.
So for everybody again, we have been Crossroads at Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University Dubai. You can find us on all your favorite platforms, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon. Thanks again, Ammar. Thank you,
David.
Dima.
Thank you, Dima.
Everybody have a lovely
David.
weekend.
Thank you, Ammar.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.